Juno too. A long time, dude. How you been? What up, T Drop? How we doing, man? Good morning, man. How you been, brother? Yeah. I did a little update and kind of been focusing on Bitcoin. I was thinking about having my second platform up with NQ today, but I didn't really get everything set up to do that just yet. So maybe next week I'll be trading NQ as well. Okay, nice, man. At the hotel. I want to come. I want to come stay in the hotel and fuck with you. Oh, no worries, bro. No worries, bro. You got to do what you got to do. You got to make that money. Yeah, I'm sure, bro. You been trading at all, or just focusing on work? Just been focusing more on Bitcoin here lately because I was getting my ass kicked by NQ. So and then you know what's been going on with Coda. You know my dog, and I just I like the ease of being able to go in and out of this crypto account, being able to not have to worry about rules and all that stuff, which of course I could do it with a futures account as well. So I might think about funding a live futures account as well. But I like the flexibility of being able to put money in, pull money out, you know, uh, sometimes same day, you know. So I've been enjoying that aspect of it. Um, the level system, that I put up here, pretty much the same. I just kind of translated it to Bitcoin. I think it's a little too forgiving right now because I'm Warren Buffett, only up $500. But similar rules. And then I also have I also have this that I added, which is it's my bot signal. So it gives me, so up here where you see short trail. Um, I have a short signal right now, and I probably should have closed my trade, but it'll tell me like what state the bot signal is in, and the bot signal is it usually, like, we only take trades during specific times, so it's not actually in a time right now where it takes trades, but it still offers valuable signals. So I mean, you could see I could have scalped 200 points here if I would have taken that signal. overall, I'm bullish right now. But yeah, those are kind of the changes, man. I've been following up on the bot, but I stopped recently until the end of season so I can focus. Same goes for trading right now. I've just been using regular basic brokers like trading for CFDs or just creating a portfolio since I never really had one. Nice, dude. How's that bot been doing? Is the like performance decent? Like, has it at least been like matching with the like uh, back tested results? Yeah, man, it's been nuts. And then we had, kind of a slight pullback, and I think we're back to being bullish, but I'm not positive. It's a little less bullish than it was. I mean, last week it was insane. Oh, good morning, Adam. How we doing, bro? I think it's really hard because of how often it checks price, and its stop and TP placements. Also, the spread was a huge problem. Okay, copy. Okay, copy that. Copy that. Well, happy to, set aside some time and work on it with you. Whatever you have free time, dude. Oh, damn, dude, down 1,400. Shit. Damn, sorry to hear, bro. Um, I imagine you're done trading for the day. Coffee that, dude. Yeah, sorry, Adam. Damn, sorry to hear, bro. That's a big one. Um, a lot of this is lifestyle choices. No more games after 10. Going to start getting rest. Copy that, dude. I feel you on that, dude. You know, I'm prone to staying up all night and then kind of feeling shitty for the next day, dude. Uh, but yeah, I got to figure out the spread issue and how I can make it more consistent. I'll have plenty of time on my hands around September. Okay, cool, man. Yeah, one of the things just coming to mind, T-Drov, is a limit chase order potentially for you. And then, the only downside of that is sometimes you won't get your full fill, but it's better than getting a shit fill. You know what I mean? Okay, cool, cool. Most basic first grade trader. Yeah, copy that, dude. Sometimes that's fun. And I'm curious to know, are you getting slippage or drift from like latency? Like, is your execution fast, and is it just like your market order is just giving you a bad fill? I think I've tried that, but again, since the program checks it once every 10 seconds. Okay, yeah, yeah. Cool, man. Well, yeah, be happy to check it out in September, dude. It's a mix of bad fills and latency since it can't always be on time. Yeah, dude, you gotta have on time shit. Why is there a 10-second delay? Even yesterday was up 80, didn't hold until full TP and got scared at my parents' house. 2 minutes later, full TP. Damn, yeah. Like, are you trading on your phone or you bring in a laptop or something or on their desktop? I never feel comfortable trading in an environment that's like unfamiliar, even on my laptop. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm a trading snob because I got these screens in front of me. Dude, that's definitely a way to get frustrated. Like when you're not in your environment, you feel rushed, and now you feel spiteful and shit. The program basically checks the chart every 10 seconds to see if there's a possible trade and then decides to enter or not. It's not too hard on my PC. That's what I managed to do to have strategy on Python. Okay, well, damn, dude. I would say you got to, that's like all that's got to change. You got to have, yeah, we can take a look at it. But yeah, dude, you got to have like me and Govin's strategy. Like we get the signal, and under a second, it's in the position. So gotta gotta change that, man. Yo, good morning, Monster. How we doing, bro? Yep, that's true, Monster. But yeah, Adam, I feel for you, bro. Anytime I'm in a different environment or I feel rushed, and I'm in a trade, and let's say I close it not at the right time or whatever the case may be, it can do a number of things. It can make you do stupid shit because you're in a time crunch. I've been there so many times, and I get irritated. And whoever is forcing me to do that is forcing me to be rushed or whatever is probably gonna get the evil eye from me. I'm gonna go ahead and close this trade. I got another short signal. Get out of here. Fuck are you doing? Yeah, that's right. Hey, what's up? What's up, pimp name? Yeah, yeah, T Drop. That's kind of what it is, man. To be honest, I was getting my ass kicked by NQ, and I mean, you know the prop game. So it's not like I'm done with props. I still like props for, you know, what purpose they serve. But I was just, to be honest, man, I had a lot of expenses coming up with, with Coda, and I liked the flexibility of being able to make money and pull it out. You know what I mean? Probably similar to what you're doing with 212. So what's a good website or app to start? So pimp name. I think it depends on what you want to trade. What would you like to trade? Do you want to trade crypto or do you want to trade NQ futures? I switch between Bitcoin and NQ futures, and probably since you've been watching, it's probably just been Bitcoin. But if you want to trade futures, Lucid would be a good one to check out. Yo, what's up, Trooper? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome. Oh shit. Okay, you're trying to market to me to help hit 1,000 followers and 800 viewers, and also earn 1,000 per stream. Okay, appreciate that, Topher. Well, why don't you go ahead and share it, and let's see what you can do, man. I think crypto, since that's what I am familiar with. Okay, copy that, dude. Um, there are, if you're brand new, um, look here's my advice for anybody new to trading, is like if you're going to trade with real money and you're brand new to trading, you like trade small size, or trade with a prop firm. I haven't had enough experience with crypto prop firms to be able to recommend one, but I do. Oh man, I wish he was in here. Spook. I forgot the name of it. I don't know. I think what I would recommend, man, is probably just what I'm doing, but like trade super small size, and you can trade like, well, like making $1, losing $1. So that's what I would recommend, at least for now. I'll definitely let you know if Spook comes in here, he'll have that prop firm. But here, let me give you. Are you in the United States or elsewhere? Reason I ask is because there are like location restrictions based on where you are in the world. By the way, is the top right your P&L and the name your rank? Yes. Rank, since for a moment I thought you were following the trades. Yeah. Oh man, I miss you, buddy. I miss your comments. New York City. Okay. All right. So there's a little bit of a process here that you'll have to do. Pimp name. If you want to trade like Bitcoin futures, you'll need to be using a VPN. Are you tech savvy? Like, or do you have the ability to like? Are you familiar with VPNs? If you aren't, then a VPN is just something that will give you a tunnel to trade through. So it like essentially routes your connection to another. Okay, you're okay. Cool. All right. All right, all right, all right. Let me give you the platform that I use. All right, there you go. Pimp name. Check out that link. So go to that link and that'll give me at least referral credit. Um, and then you'll just have to connect a crypto wallet to it to sign up. And yeah, Monster, do you have a recommendation for a crypto wallet, like other than like MetaMask or something? I use MetaMask, but I don't know, Monster, if you have a. All right, yeah, yeah. So pimp name, if you you can get a pretty easy crypto wallet with MetaMask, and then you'll connect that MetaMask wallet to Lighter, and then you'll be set up. But just make sure when you're you know interacting with Lighter, you have that VPN enabled, and make sure that you're in one of the countries. Your VPN is in one of the countries that's listed. Yeah, dude, that's we're gonna run it old school today. You guys know the Netflix Grand Theft Auto thing is on today, right? Like the I guess the world premiere of Grand Theft Auto is on Netflix today. Gotta be honest, I wanted to hold this long to break these highs. Oh, you know Grand Theft Auto 6, they like scheduled their world premiere to like show gameplay and talk about the game on Netflix, and it's today at 3 p.m. Eastern. I would love to stream it, but I bet I can't stream Netflix shit. Let me ask Claude. Yeah, can't stream it, or else I would. Oh, damn, Monster. Okay, you got a normal song you want me to put on? I'll happily do that. First, that's the first time I think you've ever suggested a normal song. Yeah, I mean, I don't know all the details. I just saw that there were leaks and there was some guy who was playing an old build, but that's kind of all I know. You know any other interesting shit? Cool. I just added that song to the next playlist or to the next song. Damn. Yeah, a little bummed I closed this trade. I got that short signal, but really, I'm kind of thinking we could keep going up and take these highs at some point. I was kind of wanting to hold this for like the day, to be honest, but let's see. Check the message before you said MetaMask. Wait, I was just thinking, why don't you export your winning trades you take, then let Claude find the correlation and why it worked? Automated strat based on your entries. Export your winning trades. Oh man, I feel like there's so many different variables in that situation. But I mean, there might be something there might be something to that. Maybe, but like I guess the question would be like, would that be better than just like having Claude analyze the price action, look for expansions, and then look for common denominators between all those expansions to try and develop its own strategy to catching those expansions? I don't know. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're probably right. I mean, the one thing that I think is missing from like if it just took my winning trades is it doesn't see like my analysis and it doesn't. I would probably have to explain each trade and why I took it. You know what I mean? Hey, what's up, Five Heads? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate that and welcome. Bro, I just lifted my laptop and from giving it on 24/7, having it on 24/7 for the trading bot, got so hot that some plastic underneath it melted. Fuck, dude. I wonder it's yeah, that sucks. I've had my laptop overheat like that. I bought like I think it was like a $20 thing that sits under my laptop that has a fan on it. You might look into that. Like you need to make sure that there's like airflow underneath your laptop. So having it elevated off the table would help. But I think you should get one of those fans from Amazon. They're real cheap, like $20. You plug it in via USB, and then your laptop sits on it, and it's got an extra fan that pulls air out. No, but at the same time, having an indicator of what worked and what didn't based on your live experience can maybe start finding correlations leading to copy of you running. That sounds interesting. That sounds like a monster thing to do. Clone, clone, clone my trading self. Yeah, I think I made a mistake by closing this trade, but I'll wait for a pullback. Is this your Ace of Base song? That's hilarious, bro. Damn. This is looking strong. Again, like my hope was to hold this all day and then we'd break these highs. But I sold it like pussy. Yo, what's up, Jan? How we doing? Oh, this isn't Happy Nation. Oh, maybe this is like a no. I don't, unless Ace of Base just like isn't on. I don't know what's going on. I'll see if I can. I don't know what's going on. Is it not on Spotify? Because I played it and it sounded like it was like a cover or something. Bomber 9. Wrong stream. You know, wrong stream. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Yeah, that's the one I played. Yo, what's up, MRE? How you doing, bro? Now to me forever young. Forever young. Son of a bitch. This thing's just running, you know? I don't know if I'm going to get a pullback. I got regret. You made some really good trades today. Fuck yeah, dude. I love it. Nice work, man. Just make sure you don't give it back. That's the number one goal when you make some good trades. Don't give that shit back to the market. You got to hold on to it like you're greedy. Put it in your pocket and lock it. I'm drinking like a 5-year-old. What is that? This is so weird. I need to clear my queue. I don't know what the hell's going on. you. I took the short from new high, okay, at 80,500 and held it. Dude, hell yeah. Nice. That felt really good. Kolsch, market's pretty good today, to be honest. I was in this long. I closed it, unfortunately. My original idea for the day was to hold it for this high, 81, around 81,400. Now I'm waiting for a pullback to try and get in because it kept moving. But yeah, pretty good. This is actually the playlist I used when we opened our nightclub for like the daytime. So it was like a combination of like old songs, and it was like kind of like for happy hour. You know what I mean? Not like house, like boom boom boom, but like fun happy hour. Basically, this is this is a playlist for girls at happy hour. You know what I mean? Not like Britney Spears or anything, but like just feel good mix. Yeah, I was in the first huge long too, but it just clipped my stop, so it went out. I'll copy that, dude. That's a nice one, man. Last night was pretty wild. Wait, this is last night. I was not in any of this, unfortunately. I was talking to Gavin around here, and I was like, dude, if you keep watching, I bet you you're gonna experience a squeeze. And we got it. And last night was like I just couldn't do it. I couldn't stay up late last night and trade. I thought there was gonna be a nice move, but I couldn't do it. I did end up catching some of this right here. But this squeeze, let's see, 78,800. I mean, we squeezed up like 2,000 points. Yo, what up, Ryan? How we doing, brother? And here the clubs use these songs when it gets way too late. Yeah, they want people gone, so they play them. That's fucking hilarious, dude. It was the middle of the day for you? Oh, shit. Yeah, hell yeah, man. Bitcoin has been squeezing, man. Last night was 2,000 points. Yeah, 2,000 points here. And it's going right now. I was in long. Unfortunately, I closed it. I should have just held it. This is my long target. I'm waiting for a pullback now. I might not get it. Up here is a little high. But I think I'm going to wait for down here. And if I miss it, I miss it. I can just think about it all day, how I should have just held on to it. That's okay. How you doing, Ryan? How's NQ looking? A little choppy. Yo, what's up, Maddie? How we doing, bro? There's a possible short right now. I'm seeing that. I don't. I'm bullish right now, so I'm waiting for a pullback to try and long instead of trying to short scalp this. But I have had some short signals on my bot, so you know there might be something there that you could take and squeeze out of there. Tons of short signals here. Hang on, let me turn one of these off. I like this level 2, 79,951. It's going to be different because this is Binance, but I like that as a potential long entry down here. I'll just keep an eye on this. Yeah, it looks like, well, NQ's got a little bit of movement, huh? Looks like a potential short here on NQ. I don't know. I suppose you could be looking at this consolidation here. Point of control here. Maybe maybe you come back down here and bounce from here, but maybe a short to this point of control, 29,480 or so. Yo, what's up? How we doing? How we doing, brother? Long time no see. I say only trading Bitcoin and asking how NQ is doing is like seeing a friend who recently broke up with his girlfriend and asking how she's doing. Yeah, it kind of feels that way, dude. Kind of feels that way. But trying to play some support for people who are looking at that. Doing well, Juno. Doing well, man. Just getting to work, unfortunately. Ah, boo, man. I hate work. We'll be busy for the next 20. Okay, cool, man. Sounds good, Maddie. But I don't think you played the right one because after you queued the one I sent on DC, it played, but bro skipped it. Okay, sorry, Monster. I don't know what was going on, dude. It was like playing only Ace of Base, but it sounded like cover songs. I'll try and check it out here in a minute. Yeah, I think so, man. You're only trading coin nowadays. Juno, like, I NQ is kind of kicking my ass, and I liked the flexibility of being able to go in and out of this crypto account. Like, sometimes I'll just size up on Saturday and let my bot go, or I have different sub accounts, and so sometimes I'll just put money in, take a trade, and then pull the money out. I like that flexibility. I'm not done with NQ or anything. I like having the options, but I have been focusing quite a bit on Bitcoin, mainly because I've been studying the price action quite a bit. All right, Monster, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and play that. Hang on. I'll just play it. Let's see what happens. Okay. This is the one you sent me. Does that sound right? Juno, I have not been paying any attention to any BTC news, but take a look at the daily. To me, it seems like it's technical. Like we got shorts here, shorts here, shorts here that are getting squeezed right now. And so to me, like the behavior that we're seeing is squeeze behavior. So I think a lot of people are in trouble is what it comes down to. I think we had a lot of people, including myself, thinking that maybe we would squeeze up to here and then we would continue going down. But, I think we just got a lot of pressure. Lots of short interest. I wonder if there's a. There probably is. I would like to see the short interest on Bitcoin right now. I don't know the song by Ace of Base. I know I saw the sign. How's Coda doing? Yeah, man, he's doing well, dude. He's his energy's great. Everything's great except for the fact that we found out that his tumor was cancerous. He doesn't know he doesn't know any better, so he's super happy, and that's all we can do, man. Is just make sure he's super happy and we enjoy our time with him. That's it. It's super sad, but I just try to remind myself that I need to focus on the time we have left, not the time that we don't have, and focus on making that the best it can be, and that's kind of all I can do. 79,900. I like 79,900 too. Planet. Not that we can tell so far. He's like his behavior is normal. He seems very happy and energetic. But from everything I've read, that's kind of I guess the norm is that like all of a sudden, like one day he might just not feel good. Just stop asking me. I don't recall how old is Coda. He's 8, I believe. Maybe he's 7, 7.5. No, you, you to me, yeah. No, not benign. Um, I forgot the technical term, but it was cancerous. I think it's the same for humans too. Apart from the psychology, my grandfather had a tumor, and it didn't really seem different until it started hitting him one day. Yeah, man. So we removed the tumor, but like we haven't had a consultation with an oncologist yet, which is the next step for us. I reached out to some universities to see if we could get them into some like clinical trials for treatment, and unfortunately, there weren't any open trials around here that we could do. And the next step is for us to do a consultation with an oncologist, and then we have to, figure out, what we want to do, whether or not we want to do chemotherapy or something like that. And we know some people with some mixed, results with it as it relates to quality of life. And so we're just gonna have to make a decision on that. Um, that's the next step. Probably over the next week or something, we'll get a consultation. Taking its toll on me. I think I don't know if it's a. I mean, I think it's gonna. I think it will be. I think it will be cured within the next few years. To be honest, I don't know if you've been seeing it in the news, but there's been lots of news around it. Um, I haven't like done a deep dive on it, but from what I hear, we're pretty close. I was listening to a podcast the other day, and some doctor named Dr. Joy something. It's an Asian doctor, and she studies peptides and like stem cell. She does stem cell research and gene therapy type stuff. And she was talking about it, and I don't know all the science behind it, but it sounds like we're pretty close. Taking you long on the retest. Okay, cool. Let me check it out. Nice, man. Okay, yeah, I was thinking short. I was wrong on that direction there, but nice bounce, dude. Yeah, looking like there's an opportunity to squeeze up here too, from 614, up through 680. Yeah, looking pretty good. I think similar to where Bitcoin is right now. I think nice trade, dude. I think you'll get a squeeze up through here. At least that's what it's looking like to me. Yeah, I'm fighting the urge to get in this Bitcoin at the top here because I think that we could get a fast accelerated move up. Chart's getting a little messy. I got to clean this shit up. Oh, dude. Fucking spot on. Fucking spot on, dude. Maddie, the H4 does worry me for upside, though. Let me check it out. 4 hour to me, Maddie looks bullish, but that does not mean you can't get your trade here. Hourly looks like it could be doing a pullback. 15-minute looks like it's doing a pullback. So I think you could there's I think we can both be right for our bias. I think maybe on the higher on the higher time frame, the 4 hour, it looks bullish to me, but on the short term time frame, I think you can still get a short scalp potentially. What I'm worried about is us. If we recover from this, I would just make sure your stop is in a good spot because we could accelerate quickly through this area. That's what I'm thinking, at least. I'm thinking if we break through this high right here, it's going to squeeze. Notice how, notice this kind of price action right here. Boom. I mean, this is 2,000 points, right? That squeezed. Within a matter of minutes, we were up about 1,000 points. So maybe this will be not as powerful as this, but I'm thinking that if we break these highs here, we're going to start squeezing. That's why I'm like fighting the urge to chase this thing up top, is because I'm just looking at this bullish momentum we have and thinking we could really take off and rip from here. It's a bummer because even if we pull back, then this bullish momentum that we have is, now a little bit invalidated. Us continuing to stay up here on these high prices, trying to break this high, is kind of the bullish momentum I would want to see if I was taking this long. So even waiting for this pullback might be kind of invalidating this bullish momentum. So is this a common casino song? I mean, like, I think the genre. I think the genre is, maybe some Dolly Parton in there too. So I'm watching very carefully up here because if it starts showing signs of a squeeze, I might enter on the breakout with volume. I would love to be able to catch it like down here. Again, down here and down here might start to get a little bit weak. But if we're staying up in like the top half of today's price action and we're continuing to look like we're pushing against this ceiling, it could be valid for a trade, but you also have to consider the risk of it doing something like this, looking like it's going to break out, then coming all the way back down here, and then grinding slowly back up here. This is kind of what it was doing yesterday a little bit, and then squeezing. So let's take a look at yesterday's price action so I can kind of show you guys what I'm talking about. like this, exactly right here, right? Because you guys know that, like, I was thinking here, ugly consolidation towards swing high. I was thinking we consolidated here. We had bullish resolution, came up here. And then as we were approaching these highs, I wanted to take it short. And then I was like, this looks like it's going to squeeze. So I stopped. And then I was just watching. But you can see this is very tricky. It looks like it wants to break out here, and then it just doesn't. It comes back down, and it fucks around for a while, and then eventually climbs back up, and then we get the squeeze. And then here, let's look beyond here. This same thing. Looks like we're going to do a big squeeze here. Then we fuck around for a long time. Then we climb back up, and then we do the squeeze. So I'm looking at this with the same sort of maybe hesitation on taking a high breakout trade with this, that we could come up here, look like we're going to squeeze, come back down, revisit some of these areas that I'm watching, climb back up slowly, and then later today squeeze. So I'm going to try and be patient here. And I guess if I miss the squeeze, I think I'm just going to call it and say I'm not going to get into this thing until we reach some of these lower prices. But, you know, you also have to consider whether or not, like, these lower prices are going to be worth getting into. Because here's the deal. If we drop down here and then we see that we still have bullish momentum starting to climb up, that could be, like, if I start seeing us climb back up after we drop, that to me is, like, starting to confirm that we could be coming up to these highs again to squeeze. Now this, when you start looking like you're going to squeeze, is probably going to be a higher probability trade to catch that squeeze rather than getting in right here where you could be fucking around and then we get a large drop, because that's also possible. Anyway, for now, I'm just going to watch this thing, and if it looks like it's going to squeeze, I'll just have to sit on my thumb and wiggle it. I will say when you have like squeezing behavior, you can take these highs and, like, when it starts looking really aggressive, like, basically what you want to be looking for is, like, it's trying to push down. You got sellers trying to push it down, but it can't go down. And you can notice it in price action. You can notice it in order flow. And if I go back to some of the bigger squeezes like that we've had, you'll see what I'm talking about. Like some of these squeezes, right? Let me turn on the volume here. So right here, you start to see volume increase. And let's go to this one here. You start to see these protected swing lows. Swing low, the bottom of this candle looks like it wants to expand, and then it looks like it's trying to push down, and it can't. It gets stuck right here. Then you start to see this kind of like it's starting to blow up. And then obviously the squeeze happens. Here, same thing. Push down, can't go any further. Push up, can't go down any further. This is where you have passive buyers holding price up, like sellers can't break through that. And then once sellers realize they're fucked, everybody from up here is fucked, everybody from over here is too. Boom. And in addition to that, I was talking about this yesterday. We got higher time frame than these guys that I'm talking about right here. We got people stuck all the way from like a long time, months ago, that are stuck in short positions. You going? I love you. All right. All right, there he goes. Getting a little squeeze here, and it's kind of looking like it wants to go. Damn. You know, it is what it is, guys. Sometimes you gotta watch. Uptown girl. So, that's the opportunity cost. When you look at the opportunity cost of what you're sitting out on, what makes it tough, as a trader. I'm thinking about shorting this because we didn't squeeze so heavily. I'll just take a small short here. Probably just a little scalp. The opportunity cost, of missing a move like this and sitting out to be safe, that move. Let's see if we took it like right here. That's 400 points, in 2 minutes. Significant. I'm shorting this for two reasons, and it might not work out, but I got small risk on it. One, I expected a much larger expansion from this, and we could very well do it on like the next candle, but I also got some confluence for a short. Right here on my my bot or my indicator. So this will be a short scalp. I want to essentially cover my ass very quickly. So I'm going to go stop above this candle. And then let me take a look where I would want to take this down to. I don't know. It'd be great, honestly, if I could hold this for one of these lower levels, because here's my thought now. We didn't squeeze up to my long target up here, which is just this high over here. This high over here, which I think we're eventually going to go hit. But since we kind of got stuck over here, we had a passive seller holding us down. Let me see, 32 Bitcoin holding us down right here, and then 10 up here. So it's not incredibly huge, but I did see, price action get stuck there. And when I was anticipating a huge squeeze, that was a kind of warning sign. And then I got a signal to go short from my indicator, which again is only good for scalps. It's not looking for big, huge moves. So it's looking for looking for basically a short-term move. It could very well turn into a long-term move, but you got to be careful because this is a mean reversion, and it could just be going to, the EMA that I have set up over here. So maybe we got a couple, maybe 100 more points to go before it hits that, and I'm going to trail all the way down along with it. But I guess what I was getting after is that because we didn't squeeze all the way up to that target, and we stopped accelerating, I think there's still a possibility, unless this candle just boom explodes, I think there's still a possibility that now that we kind of rejected up here, we could come back down here and do what I was kind of thinking previously, which is like slow grind up and then another big squeeze to reach this target. And this, current candle right here could prove me wrong on that. And just go, blast up from here, and that wouldn't surprise me either. Yeah, the fact that I think it's going up. I think it's about to take my my stop out. The fact that it just broke that previous candle high was a little concerning to me. Thinking that it's probably gonna continue making this move up. I'm gonna watch here. I might re-enter if it gets stuck up here, but right now I'm watching to see if this continues to squeeze up. And if we get stuck here, then I'll go short again. Again, tight stop. All right. And this will be my last try on this short. I'm going stop above the current candle. I know these are like fast moving, so like you guys don't feel like you have to take this shit because these are risky trades. That's why I got tight stops. I have extra confluence because of my signal, and I've worked with my signal a lot, so I kind of know the limitations and I know how to manage the trades very quickly. But just know, like, if I say that there's a short signal or a long signal from the bot, usually what you want to do is you want to take it and then cover it very tightly on the nearest like 5-minute structure, I would say. And then, go break even on it. If we get confirmation we're going down, like if this candle just stops and starts going back down, I'll go break even on this. This is looking like it's maybe not the best short signal. And then I would go small size on these because we're going against the grain right now. We just had a decent squeeze up. Again, it didn't fulfill what I thought it was going to fulfill, at least not yet. But you have to know that when we start acting like this, we got people in trouble, right? Shorts are in trouble right now. And those are the trades we actually want to be in, but you can take scalps in the opposite direction when it doesn't, when it's limited. When this squeeze is limited, you can usually get a good scalp out of it. Like, for instance, I might consider closing right here on a scalp. And it's not much, but maybe it'll be like a $40 trade or something. I got stopped out once for like $11. Also, usually I like to see these move just a little bit faster on the scalping, like taking it against it. How much do you risk per trade, given you're not on props now? Honestly, it really depends, man, because like on these kind of, like if we have really good price action, which I would call this pretty decent. Like sometimes I'm in for 2 Bitcoin. Right now I'm in for 0.2 Bitcoin. So it really depends on like my confidence level. I'm not super confident on this trade, so size down. But sometimes I pull money out of my account and I can't size up like I want to, and then I'll put money back in. I'm kind of like, right now I've been like putting money in, pulling money out, putting money in, pulling money out. Like, so it depends. But I would say probably on average between like 0.4 to 0.6 BTC. What's my primary time frame? Primary time frame for execution is either the 1 minute or 5 minute, but I'm always looking at the 1 hour, 4 hour, and daily. 15 minutes seems to be pretty good too. All right, so I got $50 on this little scalp. Again, like this could be coming all the way down here, but I'm gonna go ahead and pull one off, so I at least pay myself for this trade. Now I'll go break even. I'm gonna, just throw this out there. In here, it could find support and then get violent again. So be careful if you're trying to short this as well. I'm gonna play support, watching order flow here, and see if I can see any support that comes in, and if so, I'll call it out. Right now, it looks pretty clear. A little bit of support up here at 80,487. Again, if you're looking at Bitcoin on something else, I'm looking at it on lighter, so our prices might be a little different. But right now, the current price that I have is 437 on lighter. So just judge off of that. People say they're active trades. Have you seen the videos of people getting asked basic questions about the S&P 500 and Bitcoin and saying still like 1 Bitcoin is worth 2 million? No, I haven't seen that, man. If you can find it, send me a link. I'd love to see that. So, not seeing any support come in just yet. So the short is looking decent. And I think also down, looking at down here, let me go ahead and throw some levels on here as well. Looks like we there's a possibility it could be bouncing up. I might pull my stop down just a little bit, actually. The way I look at these trades, like when I'm shorting against momentum like that, when I get a signal from the bot, is usually that it's almost like a free trade. Obviously, I got stopped out previously for $11, but a lot of times you can go short on it, and then go break even very quickly, and then I'll either break even on the trade or I'll make a small amount. But it's my bot during regular the times that we set for it to trade, which is optimized. So like now is not a time my bot is trading. So know that there's a different win rate during these times. It still gives valid signals and it's still profitable if you look at the profitability of all the signals combined and not just the time frames that we trade. But on the time frames we trade, and maybe I should just test it so I can tell you guys, but on the time frames we trade, it has an over 80% win rate. Trading kind of this way, where like it'll go break even quickly and then it'll start trailing on structure. So it for small scalps, and again, it's a mean reversion strategy. And if you don't know what mean reversion is, it's essentially think of it like this: it's not looking for big swings; it's looking to take base hits on a consistent basis. So anyway, it's mean reversion. So it's small scalps that have a high win rate. But I'm okay. I took some profit out, so I'm okay with that. You didn't see support, but I am seeing a little bit of like aggressive buying here. A little bit of support actually around from 80,500 to 80,040. A little bit of support, not a ton, but it looks like we just don't have a ton of volume right now, which I don't know. And like if we cross over where my stop is, I would start to think there's a possibility we're going to get aggressive again to go up here. But if we remain below my stop, I might anticipate that because the low volume, we could start dropping. Check DC, I'll send it to you. Okay, cool, man. I'll check it out, dude. Took profit on Qs? Okay, cool. Oh, damn. We didn't get that squeeze, huh? That's a bummer. That's a surprise. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if you got a grind up and then eventually you get a squeeze. But I don't know. I'm not watching it intently. That's just kind of what it looks like to me. It looks like you could get a slow grind up and then a squeeze. On NQ is what I'm talking about. Yeah, volume is low. Okay, yeah, I just got stopped out. I'll put it on. All right, I want to watch for a potential re-entry here because we could be getting violent up here. If we don't cross over this high, could be another short. I don't know. I'm not feeling super confident about this, so I'm going to leave it. But if we don't cross that high and we get stuffed right here, let me check out the order flow real quick. we're kind of hovering around where that big seller is. 34 Bitcoin was absorbed here. I'll show you guys right here. So you can see we got some aggression coming in here, and sellers could be holding us down. Also, another sign up here is that it looks exhausted up here. You see these zeros up here? It doesn't mean it can't come back up here and get aggressive, but for the time being, it started slowing down at the top of this candle, which could be a sign of exhaustion. It could be. A little bit of support there at 80,610. 13 and 14 Bitcoin, right around there. No, I didn't, man. I'll have to check it out. I'm going stops right here because that's where I think we have our passive sellers kind of holding us down. 210%. Holy shit, man. I would love to have an equities account funded for just stuff like that. Then we could be on the same page with that stuff. Oh, there we go. Make me up. Yeah, man, I thought I heard about that too. I was talking about that Dr. Joy, whatever her name is, but maybe she was talking about that. All right. Because we started dying off up here with volume, and then I saw those passive sellers holding us down here, I might be trying to hold this for a little bit longer than I was anticipating. Oh, sorry. Switch it back. So because we started dying off in volume up here, it looked potentially exhausted. Then I saw passive sellers over here. Now I put my stop right above where they were. I might be holding this for longer than I anticipated rather than just a scalp. We might see this start coming down a little bit. I don't think I'm not changing my bias. I'm still trading this with the kind of expectation that it's a pullback, still a pullback from, bullish momentum. And then I'm kind of expecting us to pull back to one of these areas, slow grind back up to the highs, and then squeeze. That's my expectation. But again, this right down here is where if we're not able to break through this, we might see this kind of get stuck up here and then travel back to the highs and then squeeze from this shallow pullback. I'm watching though to see if we get any sort of confirmation we have support. None yet, so still looking good for the short. We are arriving at the previous hourly point. A previous hourly point of control. So right here, watching right around 80,400 to see if we have support, which is in line with this arrow right here. Do we have support over here that could be holding us up? Previously, we had a lot of breakout volume from this area, which can act as a repellent for price. So let's say right here. So I'm marking this as potential support, but I don't want to see this support hold. I want to see this support get broken through and us come down to like, I would say here or somewhere in here. Just mark it out. This might be my short target. Taking secret trades? Keeping us from alpha? No, well, I suppose so. I do take trades off stream. But I would like to. I would like to take some equities trades for sure. Potential support. But we'll want to see it break. Oh, nice, man. That would be cool. Like a crypto prop. I can tell you Bitcoin is good to trade on Sundays. Well, I say that, but here's the deal. Most of the time, on Sundays, you have a breakout. You can get some nice breakout moves on Sundays. And I've done some back testing to see if I can get a handle on automating that breakout, but I haven't had any luck yet. I'm going to continue doing research, but if you go back and look at the chart, the Bitcoin chart on Sunday, you'll notice that a lot of times, around mid-afternoon, you get a nice breakout. Let me go, I probably want to trail this stop because if we do have support here and it doesn't break, I don't want to give everything back, right? Could also see this doing a pullback up into this area and then continuing down. So I'm just trying to measure my risk right now with placing a stop. Right now, to me, it's like the only safe stop to me seems like this, but that could be giving too much back if it ends up bouncing from here. If this breaks through, like this current candle, I'll trail it to this current candle high. What else is open on the weekends? I mean, like crypto is open on the weekends, but I mean, I know they're about to start doing like trading 24/7, but that's not implemented yet. Nothing else I know of, just crypto. Morning. I don't know. Some of the guys in here that trade crypto might chime in and talk about Ethereum, how it trades. I'm not sure. I know that there have been some some altcoins that have been trading pretty nicely over the past couple weeks, but Bitcoin is kind of what I've been focused on. I know, man. Trust me, I know. I mean, Bitcoin by itself, like the fact that it also the other thing about Bitcoin is it trades nicely overnight. Like it'll be trading like shit, during the New York session, and then at night it explodes. Like, I mean, look at this move. This is overnight. This is at 2 a.m. my time. And then it's consolidating during the day, and then 2 a.m. comes, boom, boom. So yeah, I feel you on that. And then on the weekends, I have my bot running on Saturday. It's one of the most successful days for my bot on Saturday. So I have my bot handle trades on Saturday, and it's mostly consolidation on Saturday. But then Sunday, sometimes I can get glued to my computer waiting for that breakout. I'll put it on the hourly so we can see. Let me go to Sunday. Yeah, so this wait, let's see. They look small in comparison to everything we've been doing. No, me. Yeah, time of day definitely matters. I like like 3 a.m. Eastern time is usually pretty good. I like 8 a.m. Eastern time, like prior to the open, and then like honestly, like right after the New York session closes, so like 4 p.m. Eastern. Even like 3 p.m. to 4. Well, let's just say around 4 p.m. Eastern. For whatever reason, price action tends to get kind of good. Yeah. Okay, nice, bro. What's up, Monster? Welcome back. You can see on the 1 hour, we still look bullish on this hourly candle. See on the 4 hour. 4 hours still bullish. 15-minute, looks like a pullback. But you can see how taking this kind of the scalp here can sometimes turn into a nice trade, right? You go break even quickly on it. So small risk. The risk you're taking is the second you put the trade on that it could keep squeezing. Yeah, I know, Juno. So that's why sometimes like I'm up trading all night, because sometimes good moves are happening overnight. Sucks for your sleep, but sometimes it's worth it. Like the other night, I was up basically all night trading, and I mean I've had this happen a few times. Like I make way more at night than I make during the day. Like 1,300. I took like a $2,500 trade the other night. Sometimes nighttime is just like where it's at. All right, so I'm seeing a little bounce here. I'm going to go ahead and cover half. I didn't like that bounce. I thought this candle was going to slam down, and we didn't. And right here, I want to make sure that we're not continuing to squeeze up. At the low this candle holds, I don't want to let you. All right, I'm almost all out of this position now. Be a little baby. I do think it's a possibility that we're climbing back up to hit this gap right here, and then we'll come back down. But I'm okay with getting out of it, just securing a little bit of profit, out of that. And then just allowing this to come down. And then, again, I'm looking for a long down here. I'm going to go ahead and close all that. A trader named Sang Lucci has a cool story of turning 10,000 into a million during those times. He has a trading floor in Puerto Rico and waked everyone up from the floor at 3 a.m. to start hitting the shorts. Damn, nice, dude. That sounds awesome. I was talking about Puerto Rico yesterday. Minimal taxes on capital gains. BTC is cleaner than Ethereum, but Ethereum normally outperforms BTC percent wise. Copy, copy. Thanks for chiming in, Maddie. Appreciate that. I've honestly considered it moving to Puerto Rico. I've been there. I like it. I've got a beach atmosphere and no taxes. Fucking sign me up. You know what I mean? No taxes. Woo. Taxes are a killer. There's a water drought right now. Oh, okay. Well, good thing you got the ocean around you. Good culture and food too. I completely agree. You've been there, Maddie? I don't want to take a re-entry on this, but this is like I think this is within the realm of acceptability for this continuing to go short. That pullback, I think it could go short now, but I'm not going to take it. Rationing every 2 days. Yeah, that kind of sucks, man. Back when I was crypto rich. Okay, copy that, Maddie. Yeah, we went. We went, to the main island and then stayed there for a few days, and then went to a small island called Vieques. Moved to Monaco. On God, no taxes there, monster. Is that what you're saying? I should go join the floor. Maybe. I mean, I'll be honest. I would. You rent a desk out? Okay, copy that. I'll be honest. I like being in my home and trading and not having to go to an office somewhere. But I probably would like the community atmosphere. But I'll definitely check that out. My family is from Puerto Rico. Nice, dude. You ever come to? Oh, hell yeah, dude. I will. Uh, Pimp name. I was just talking about like when I went to visit. We went to the main island and then we went to Vieques, which is I don't know if you're familiar with it, but small island and they're just wild horses running everywhere. And got to be honest, went there with my girl, and we just took some mushrooms and ran around trying to find horses while everybody was asleep on the island. Hanging out with wild horses. There's only 20% VAT tax on in corporate taxes. Okay, all right, all right. I mean, I like the idea of like zero taxes. I think it's 4% capital gains in Puerto Rico, if I'm not mistaken. I think before it was 2%, but I think it's 4% now. I'm not positive though. Juno, I found so many of them. Um, Unfortunately, I didn't have a lot of them that were like super friendly because they're wild horses, but there were a couple that were friendly. Unless I was imagining that. I know, Maddie. It's still nothing, dude. We get absolutely raped in America. Hey, that sounds pretty fun too, Monster. I like gambling and I like clean money too. Yeah, I was definitely aware. I was aware of that. I was warned by the locals because we were at one of the local bars. They also had this drink there that I really liked. It was called a Mind Eraser. It kind of tastes like a pina colada. I was obsessed with that. So I was drinking I was drinking Mind Erasers and taking mushrooms, and I loved it. So looking at this in hindsight, right? I was wanting this to come down. This is my short target. I don't know if it's going to hit this, but one of the things I just wanted to mention when you're watching Bitcoin and there's a breakout area like this, or a breakdown area in this situation, or from this situation, see this breakout area right here. Before you break out, I mean, and this is just something that you should watch out for. And for those of you that have been trading for a long time, no matter the instrument, probably have a good understanding of this already. But for those of you that are new, if you're looking at a breakout area, a lot of times as you approach it, expect a big pullback. And that's typically a liquidity sweep. And if you're not familiar with what a liquidity sweep or liquidity grab, I should say, a liquidity grab is typically going to be like a sharp move. You know, I'm always referring to it as packing the bags. So if we're gonna break out from somewhere and you're big money, think about it. Think about it this way: like you want to get as much on that position as possible without disrupting it, making it go. So the best way to do that is to either allow shorts to come to you here or inducing it. And the point of it is to shake people out of this long so that they can grab your stop outs. So think about this. If you're holding Bitcoin and you want it to go up and then the price drops really quickly and you're forced to sell, as you're forced to sell, other big boys are scooping that up so that they can take it long. So pay attention to that. When you have a breakout level, you're like, ooh, this is going to break out from here. Look for these kinds of liquidity grabs prior to the move happening. And what you need to do is essentially be prepared for them so they don't shake you out of your position. You can hold strong. And in this scenario, if your stop's down here, you're okay. But if your stop is anywhere that looks suspect, you'll be taken out and you'll hand over your Bitcoin and then the move will go without you. So the reason I brought that up is because as I was looking at this right here, I was okay with this. That looked okay. It looked like we were attempting to do a liquidity grab up here. And it looked like it was a shallow one, so I was going to hold it. That's okay. But when we started bouncing like that, I wanted to get out. But when you're looking at it in hindsight, this could be a potential liquidity grab. So you got to be mentally prepared for those before you break a key level. Like when you're looking at, you're like, oh, this is about to break a key level. You should always expect, even if it doesn't happen, you should always expect there to be a sharp spike in the opposite direction to potentially take you out before it goes. Nice, pimp. Yeah, you get it. Monster, let me check it out. Aster's Ear Maker. Binance Clone API, no spot market. Okay, extended. Oh, are these different exchanges you're looking at? Man, it looks like these dexes are popping up everywhere, huh? Okay, these are all valid, man. I like that, dude. So this gives us other opportunities. I'm just gonna pull this up for everybody to see here. Monsters sharing these stats here. Different exchanges with their fees associated. So this is good to know, right? For those of you looking for other exchanges, I'm happy with Lighter, but if my strategy gets big enough to where I'm taking too much liquidity on my orders, then it's good to know I can move to these other exchanges. You got 25% taxes in Germany. Copy that. Yeah, we need no taxes. It's hard enough to make money trading as it is. We need no taxes on that. Spicy farts. Hello, do you think Bitcoin heading for 100K area soon? I personally do not. I'm bullish right for the time being, but my bias is based on what happens in the day. So I'm bullish on the day. I will give you my best guess, although I don't have a crystal ball. I can't predict the future, but I'll give you what my thoughts are at least, and then you can come to your own conclusions. If you're looking to buy the dip, if that's your point, you're trying to invest in Bitcoin. I personally would not be looking at this bull run right here that we just had as anything but a pullback from this big short move. So if I go, I would prefer looking at the weekly chart so that you can see kind of where we're coming from. Is this all the data I got? Let me pull up TradingView. Give me 1 second. Okay, so here on TradingView, check this out. So this is the weekly chart. So this is giving us a big broad picture. We're coming from all the way up here, right? I think that you have lots of different ways to look at this based on the time frame you're considering, but obviously Bitcoin has always been bullish. Right now, we've been pulling back from all-time highs up here around 125 or 125. We're pulling back here. So this would be normally, an area, I would say from a technical standpoint, you would be looking for a potential bounce to go reach all-time highs again. But, well, let's put it this way. We haven't crossed over this high yet. If we cross over this high around 82K, 82,500, I think now you could start thinking, okay, there's a possibility we could be climbing up to all-time highs. Until we do that, I'm still bearish overall. Right now, currently bullish because, this swing bullish is very bullish and we got shorts being squeezed out. If we squeeze over this high, the next consideration I have is that we are potentially coming back up here to grab liquidity, or coming up here to grab liquidity to continue going down. So I think that's like essentially it would look like this. My bad. It would look like this. Like we're coming up here, or we're coming up here, and then we're gonna have a continuation move to the downside. That would also be a possibility, but I would not be thinking that we're going for all-time highs or 100K until we break this. Until we break this 82,800 or 500. If we stay below it, I'm still thinking we're going down. I also have a bit of a bearish lean on the higher time frame, because if you follow, the Bitcoin cycles, bull runs and bear runs, right now, at least the expectation is that we're going to hit a new low in October. Past performance does not predict future performance, but that's out there. So I have that in the back of my mind. I'm not using it as like my primary analysis, but let me just show you guys. If you guys are unfamiliar with this, let me show you so maybe it makes sense. If you look at, like, let's say the low here, let me measure this out. Date range, right? So I'm going to go from this low right here. I'm going to go to the high. All right. Let me pull out my calculator 1 sec. Okay. And I think depending on where I start from, where is October? Oh, okay. So no, that's not actually the low. Hang on. This is, okay. So that if you're looking at this chart, this is the actual low, right? 1,057 days divided by 365. Okay, so that's like 2.9. I think my marker is probably off. But essentially 3 years. 3 years of a bull run. Now, if we go back and do a marker from here, and again, my math, the timing is off a little bit from here, but I'm just going to give you a rough estimate. 364 days. So we have 1 year down, 3 years up. Now, if we go back, I don't know why I'm being limited, but essentially, we have 3 years up, 1 year down, 3 years up, 1 year down. And that's the cycle for Bitcoin price. And it happens to work out that way. And it has to do with the way Bitcoin halves. And so if you take this high and we mark out, 365 days, It will. This says 28th of September, but again, I think my math is wrong. It's somewhere in October. So the people that are more familiar with crypto and the cycles will probably have to correct me on this, but a year from the top at 365 days should land us in sort of the beginning of October, and so if past performance does have anything to do with where we land in October or where we'll see the low, it should be in October. So again, have that in the back of my mind, but I'm not using it for my analysis. But right now, would I expect us to blast up to 100K? I don't. If we break this high, maybe I start thinking that way a little bit. Sorry, that was a long answer, but that's how I feel about this right now. And again, I'm looking at price action day to day, week to week, not necessarily like I'm not buying Bitcoin to hold it. I'm buying Bitcoin to trade it. I woke up the other day and checked in Telegram, and Angel was researching bacteria. What the fuck? Do you tell it to do to? What do you mean? Tell what monster? Tell me. Oh my God, warm. Monaco is warm as hell. Monster. Come on, dude. I don't know, man. You must have some like Siberian blood in you or something because you do not like the warmth. I love the warmth. I want it to be hot all the time. I do not like the cold, and I live somewhere where it snows. Let's roll up, John. You on back? Did I miss anything? Nah, man. We were just talking about how Monster hates the warm weather. I love the warm weather. I think he's got Siberian blood in him or something. I'm a tropical dude. I want to be near a beach. I don't know. There's beauty in the scenery that I have here in Colorado too. But I like when I think about the mountains, I'm like, ooh, burr, burr. When I think about the beach, I'm like, fuck yeah. That's how I feel about it. Arizona should solely be a tourist state. Yeah, I've actually never been to Arizona, but dry and hot, right? I like dry weather, which is contradictory to what I just said about loving the beach. But like, if I have water near me, the humidity is not. It's like it's a lot more bearable. But like a place like Houston, where I grew up, it's humid, and you have Galveston, but I don't consider Galveston a real beach. By the way, did you see the vid? No. Oh yeah, yeah. Let me check it out. Hang on here. God, dude. Dude, look at his buddy. His buddy's just sitting there, like, listening and be like, man, my boy's full of shit. And he's just letting him go on. He's not making any faces or anything. Oh my God. Fucking A. This guy makes content like that. That's hilarious, man. Does he just like walk around asking people shit like that? I'll have to look that guy up. No, I'm not because I don't do social media. But like that's keep sending me shit like that. I like that. Day trade, night trade, whatever. Yeah. I ain't gonna put you on. I ain't gonna put you on that. It's too much. You guys gonna jam it up? That's fucking hilarious, dude. Monster, after 15 minutes of inactivity, a timer begins for 60 minutes, and each 60 minutes, a heartbeat goes off, which basically sends Angel a ping, like it's quiet. M hasn't said anything in a while. Do you do what you feel like doing? Explore, do whatever, something like that. Usually he explores the Obsidian library, but I woke up to him researching bacteria. I love that, bro. That's hilarious. Did you give him topics that you're interested in, or you literally say just go for whatever? Yeah, you jam it up. Oh man, that's hilarious. All right, looks like we did have a little bit of support here. I don't know. All right, so I'm sticking to my theory that we were going to drive down, slowly grind back up to this area here, and then squeeze again. I don't know if that's this beginning because we got stuffed here already, but that it could be a possibility. So I just want to keep that on the table. That let me zoom out just a little bit. It could happen from here. You know, I was thinking we were going to come back down, potentially down here. I would re-enter down here long. But if we get stuck up here, I could see this happening. And let me clean off some of this bullshit. Take this off. Take that off. Take this off. So, you know, I don't know if this is going to happen here, if we come back up here and we drop more, but this is my overall like narrative for the day. I would like to get a reentry down here, but my overall narrative is not about which level it's going to pull back to, but where it's going to end up. And I think that we're going to end up squeezing up to these highs, whether it's from down here or over here. And what I want to be watching for is like things like this where we have somewhere we're supported, and I'm going to verify this with order flow. I'll go and look at it and see, do I think this is strong enough to actually bounce from here and squeeze up? But my overall narrative is that we will drift up back to this high and squeeze up, and that will be the real squeeze. And that squeeze up will hit that. So whether it happens from down here or up here, I don't know. But I'm going to be watching price action to see, watch for support, where we try and push down, can't push down anymore, drift back up, and then boom. That's what I want to take. I want to take whatever that pullback is that gets stuffed. I want to be in that potentially for the drift, or I want to be in when it's about to explode. So let me draw out some arrows for some, potentials. Maybe it comes from up here, or maybe it comes from down here. Yo, what's up, Mark Inc? How you doing, brother? Yeah, I think it's a little misleading. At my level card is a little. I had to adjust it based on like the P&L that I was making on NQ, and I don't make as much on Bitcoin. So it thinks I'm Warren Buffett right now because I made $600. That's a little off tune. I need to tune it. I should be like a level 5 right now. But yeah, welcome. That's badass, monster. I would like to do something like that with my bots. The other guy that does similar shit goes around asking 10 Bitcoin or 10 or 100, and you would be surprised how many people choose the $100. Oh my god. Yeah, dude, that shit's entertaining, but so entertaining that I would probably get stuck watching it, and then I would not be productive. A little roller coaster with Nvidia, but you're fine now. Let's check it out. Were you trading Juno? Were you trading Nvidia? Music in you. Copy that. Music in you. You got the music in you. Level, you got the reason. Stop paying attention to it. Okay, cool. Yeah, tape is jerky. GLM 5.3 Flash is out, by the way. Feels way better than 5.2. And also way cheaper, but not DeepSeek V4 Flash. 0731 cheap. Okay, copy that. Juno, I think I asked you this, but have you been researching peptides? I thought with you being into nootropics, that would be right up your alley. Oh my god. Okay, cool. I'm gonna have to watch that shit later, dude. Oh my god. I was talking about this earlier, but you guys know the Grand Theft Auto 6 reveal is today on Netflix, right? I'd like to stream it on here, but I think it's going to be blocked. Copy that. I definitely want to watch that shit though. It's in like 3 hours or 2 hours and 45 minutes. Who for me? Are you talking about me standing up? It's about time instead of sitting. Yeah, true. I got my kettlebell here too for when price actions whack. Check Discord. Okay, cool. I don't know if you guys have seen the show Lioness, but it's pretty good. I thought it was going to be like a girl power show, but it's pretty good. Oh, I just saw your SNDK message too. Damn, dude. I'm reading your message, monster. I like that, dude. This is what Monster was talking about. He encourages his AI agents to be more human. That's cool, man. Girly pop show. Yeah, no. Lioness is. It's not a girly pop show. It does have a lot of females in it, but that's okay. But it's good. It's good. I don't know if you guys have seen Severance, but that's another one that, like, if you have not seen Severance, you should see Severance. It's really good. I think it's on Apple TV. Well, like definitely one of my favorites. Directed by Ben Stiller, which was surprising. I haven't looked at his like IMDb, but I think he's getting like he's been more involved as a director, and his shit is good. Also helps against wasting unspent weekly usage. True that. True that. I wanted them to be useful because I know damn well I won't be active 24/7 when I'm not. You want them to do something. So when it researches things like bacteria, is it saving it, saving its research into memory files, or just logging it and you're basically creating a text file for your Obsidian? Does what it wants. I like that. What do you think of the Doomsday trailer? I have not seen the Doomsday trailer, and I haven't seen many of the Avenger movies either. But I was talking about this the other day. I would be down to have like a Marvel marathon. Starting with the Blade movies. I'm not familiar. Like I'm familiar with the old Blade. Are there new Blade movies or something? And I'm guessing they're woke or something. Did you give Claude the thingy I made on GitHub? Want to hear from your agent how good or bad it is? Since I did try to make it agent Did I give the Claude thingy? Did you give Claude the thingy I made on GitHub? Yeah, I installed it. Oh, Blade was bought by Marvel. Oh, okay, copy that. I liked the old Blade movie. Wesley Snipes. For me, last was Infinity War. There are too many. Yeah, there's so many of them. So many. I mean, I guess it's just a cash cow because most people that are into Marvel just watch all of them. They're three. They're so good. They're three Blades. Oh, damn. I only watched the first one. Damn. They swerve quite a lot, but it's Marvel, so it's going to be cool regardless. Yeah. I mean, I've seen like the two. I've seen like Iron Man 1 and 2, and I thought those were really good movies, like really good. Um, but as it relates to like the Marvel ones, I've seen maybe two of them, maybe two Marvel movies. So I've seen Iron Man, I've seen two of the Marvel movies, none of the Thor movies. Um, what are the other ones? Aquaman, and then I don't know. There's so many. Ant Man. Try to get Claude to use. I did give it some feedback if you want. Okay, try and get Claude to use V2. Okay, so I didn't have Claude use it. I just used it myself. So I'll tell Claude. I'm just gonna tell it. I'm gonna tell it to use it, and then give me your thoughts on the functionality of it. What is it called? What's the tool called? Board agent. Okay. Yeah, no problem, man. All right, so we're kind of in consolidation, and for you guys that trade Bitcoin, you know these consolidations can be nasty. So I'm staying out of all this that I see. How's NQ moving? A little choppy. Tomorrow might be the day we move. Yeah, I was thinking so too. Tomorrow's Jackson Hole Symposium. I wonder what it takes to get into that thing, you know? I mean, I guess tomorrow's the end of it, right? $29,650 resistance. Yeah, so it's happening right now. This year's runs August 27th through the 29th on the theme Financial Innovation, Implications for Payments and Policy. Yeah, they're talking about crypto or a universal coin. That's what I think. Main event for NQ is tomorrow, Friday. It's a bigger deal than usual. Kevin Warsh is delivering his first Jackson Hole speech as Fed chair. Historically, the speech has moved things hard in both directions. Let me move this up here. Has moved things hard in both directions. The 2022 speech knocked the S&P 3.4% in a session, and the 2025 one sent the Russell up 3.9%. Backdrop today is sticky. July PCE and a divided Fed on whether to hike. So his hawkish first read from a new chair is the tale to plan for it. Practically, expect a dead tape into the speech, usually 10 a.m. Eastern Friday, and a spike on headlines, and then either a trend day or full reversal once the Q&A and Fed speak trickle out. Not a day to run Yasashi style mean reversion. Yeah, it's saying don't try and run my bot tomorrow. All right, peace out, Juno. Oh, you're not peacing out. Monster's peacing out. Peace out, Monster. Let me know what you eat, dude. I'm getting hungry too. Looking like we could be starting that grind up, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this. I could also see a slam down to create a new low. So I'm staying out. I'm just watching. But just a reminder, my narrative for today, the rest of the day, is at some point I want to start seeing a grind up, moving to this high so that we can squeeze. And I want to be a part of that. I just don't know if this grind up is the beginning of that, because I just feel like we could come back down here too. So just watching for now. All right, let me check out that 29,650 you're talking about here. Anybody on gold today? Decent move. Yeah, 29,650. I still think we could squeeze though above that 650. Let me look at the higher time frame. Yeah, I'm still thinking we could squeeze on NQ. What? You want to switch it up, Gino? I haven't done a music like deep dive lately. I'll probably do one soon to get some new playlists and stuff. I'll switch it up, dude. Let's put on some house. I'm down with that. I always like house. This isn't house. I'm about to get on it. Casey Taylor? Yeah, I'll check it out. What kind of house is it? It's from Melbourne, huh? Progressive Tech House? Okay. I'm going to play it, but don't be offended if I change it because I got to think about. I like all kinds of house, but I got to think about what's going to be appropriate for, everybody. Let's check it out. Good, man. Me too. I don't get offended either. I feel like I have to publicly say that yesterday Gavin was in here. He was talking about the opening range breakout on Bitcoin, and I was probably a little bit harsh on him. We have a good relationship. Like we're good buddies, and he was here talking about it, and I was kind of like shutting him down a little bit. I wanted to explain why because of our like relationship. I try and help him, be the best he can be in trading and whatnot. And I have absolutely nothing against opening range breakout or initial balance breakout. And I think the reason I was a little harsh with him was just because I didn't, and it has nothing to do with the strategy, by the way. It had more to do with me wanting him to put in some work to back test rather than just trust things. You know what I mean? Like just taking things for face value when somebody says it. So if somebody trades the orb strategy, fantastic. They can. I'm also a firm believer that there are many different strategies that can work in trading, but again, back to why I think I was harsh. I think I was harsh because I want to instill in him that, like, you can't say things like this will work out 90% of the time unless you have put some time into back testing it. And I want to encourage him to back test things rather than believe what other people are saying. And so I think I was a little bit maybe rude to him, and I shouldn't have been. So I apologized to him. But that's just explaining for anybody that was on when he was talking about the orb. That's kind of the way I felt about it. Is like I want him to not just believe things because it happens one time, but if it believes it one time, that should give you, the interest and motivation to continue to look into that, and then eventually, come up with a system that you can create, whether it's manually doing it or writing in a spreadsheet or automating a back test for something like that, so that you can really kind of try and carve out an edge in whatever it is, whatever strategy it is you're trading, rather than just taking somebody's word for it. And I think everybody should feel that way too. If you see that like something makes sense or seems to make sense, like go and look at it from historically on your chart and verify it yourself instead of just believing it. Because as you guys know, there are so many people out there just shilling shitty strategies that don't work. And I'm not saying that the orb is one of them, but I have done some extensive back testing actually with Bitcoin. But perhaps I wasn't back testing it the proper way that he would be trading it. I guess my point is though is that there are lots of people that will push strategies out there because they're trying to either sell you a course. They have some sort of ulterior motive, and I'm not a fan of that. And I don't like seeing people get taken advantage of because trading is hard, and that lends itself to people being susceptible to maybe putting too much faith in some of these people that they think are actually trustworthy, but those people are snakes. Anyway, so I have strong feelings about that is what it comes down to. So that's why I was kind of like that, and I regret being like that. So I don't want him to feel like he can't talk about the strategy he wants to observe and gather data on. But my point is that I want him to gather data and observe rather than claim that it's reality. That's all. Anyway, that's done. Your own backtesting will rid the uncertainty when it comes to executing 100%. Yep. Juno, I'm curious to know, I know that you use, you're obviously trading equities a lot, but you trade off of technicals, not fundamentals, right? And you're on the like the higher time frames, like the 4 hour. Yep. Primarily, yeah. And so, yeah, I kind of found that interesting. I myself, when I traded equities, did the same thing. I was usually on the hourly and the daily, but most people who are trading equities are looking at fundamentals. So I'm just curious, have you dabbled into fundamentals and you've just found that for me, I'll tell you what it was for me. I dabbled into fundamentals, and the work that I was putting into the fundamentals didn't outweigh or didn't make it worth it for me based on what I could do with the technicals. And so, like, and when I dabbled into forex, it was the same thing. I was putting together like massive spreadsheets with GDP data, cross country GDP data, and tracking a ton of it, which could now be automated by AI so easily. But anyway, the on the fundamental side, I found that doing the manual, and again, the fundamental research now can be done by AI too, which is kind of a game changer. But I found it to be cumbersome. And when I analyzed my trades from just a basic kind of screener that I had that was screening for good opportunities on a technical basis, I found that I performed better on my technical trades than I did my fundamental trades. Main screen is 5 minute 15 and switch between 30 and an hour. Okay, copy that. When it comes to executing, yeah. All right, I know this is blasphemous. I want to hear how this escalates. I know that's the whole point of progressive is how does it progress, but I want to see what it gets into. Long build up. I mean, I like this. Yep, a little dark. I like it. I like this. Let me let me pause this for a second. And Juno, I want to play you something that you've like nobody's ever heard of this producer before, but it's progressive, and I think you'll like it. I think you'll like it a lot. Let's just listen to it for a second. I do like that though. It's a very slow build, a little darker, and I like that. I was thinking the other day I would really like to. It takes a lot of time, so I got to say this with an asterisk, but get back into producing music. I just loved it so much. Sorry, trying to look for this real quick. This is a little lighter, progressive, a little more melodic, but just listen. This is good. This is good stuff. Like I think his production is phenomenal, and this is a guy outside out in I think he was in San Francisco or something. He was a buddy of a friend of my buddies. So I don't know this guy personally, but he was a friend of my buddies, and I heard his productions a long time ago, and I was like, man, this is phenomenal. So like, put on your headphones and turn it up. Took some NQ long small since near high day. It's really important to use the hourly at the open. Since market opens at 9:30. Copy that. Yeah. Bitcoin looks like it might be grinding up, finding support at that same level. So that could have been a potential long right there. It's crazy. So, most of you guys know I was, in the nightclub scene for a long time, and I've been, away from that now for a long time. I would say, a few years. But like music and DJs and all that stuff, was a big part of my life, and it's just not anymore. And I'm happy about that because I'm happy about some parts of it, but like being in the local music scene was always something I really liked because I was interacting with, other music producers and DJs and stuff like that. And I really liked that aspect of the nightlife. And, at the time I liked having the social aspect of, going to my business and interacting with people, entertaining people. I had a staff that I worked with, of about 50 people. And, I liked all that, but the partying and being out till 4 or 5 a.m. sometimes, like it takes a toll on you. But being a part of like that local music scene, I miss that. I miss being a part of it, and have intentionally kind of stayed away from just going out as much and stuff because it was so taxing. And also, I just like I enjoy being at home, enjoy kind of doing my thing here, and not like taking 1,000 shots and then being hungover for 2 days. And you guys know that like if I go out, like I go hard, I'll be hungover for 2 days. That sucks. Because it's like, I like being productive more than anything. I like spending time with my friends, but when it comes at super heavy costs like that, it's difficult for me to want to commit to doing that shit all the time. Going out like once or twice a month, honestly, is enough for me, and then doing some light social stuff. But man, partying every weekend is taxing. Anyway, I miss being connected with the local music scene. This song doesn't move that much. It's kind of ambient. Let me try some other ones. But the music production is so good. Let me try some other ones. There, I like this one. This one's dope. Really nice swing, like on the beats. I would say I do. Yeah, Juno, I do because I was in the nightlife scene for so long. So that's why, like, one of the reasons, like, when it's just something you get when you're in the nightlife scene. You get recognized because I was basically, I was at different nightclubs, and so like at one of the biggest nightclubs here in Denver. It was my job to run a team of promoters, and then it was my job to entertain people and VIP clients when they came in. Yeah, exactly. It happens probably more often than you'd expect. But it was my job to run the promoters, and with that came, and at the time I was single, and that was great. It was my job to like run this team of promoters and get girls in the club, and so I would usually have a guest list for the club of like 200 to 400 people between me and my team. And basically the job was pack the place with a lot of good looking women. And then when VIP clients come into the club, it was almost like it was a very good job, right? Like I was paid to party with people, so people would be on my guest list. Once they come in, I would grab like groups of girls and put them on bottle service tables to make the club look good. And I also was given like an unlimited tab to bring people to the bar and get them shots and whatever, comp people. So people that come to the club and spend a lot of money, it was my job to make them feel comfortable and happy at the club, like they had a point of contact, which is me. So that was my job there. And then, I went to another club, and it was my job like I was the director of VIP. So it's all surrounding like entertainment and getting people to book tables. And then once they get in, making them feel good, partying with them, sitting at their table, bringing girls over the table, all that kind of shit. So that's how I started. And then I ended up, having my own nightclub. Which was multifaceted. I wasn't just entertaining people. Now it was about running the business and training the staff and all that stuff. But yeah. So anyway, when you're doing that kind of stuff, it kind of makes you recognizable. And so yeah, I'll go out and it's not a bad thing at all because it obviously opens up doors and stuff like that. But sometimes you kind of want to be anonymous. So sometimes I enjoy going out to places that aren't like in the city. Like I like going to hole in the wall bars where I can just do whatever I want and not have to see people that I might know. By no means am I fucking famous or something stupid like that. It's more just about like I don't always want to have to put a smile on my face, to like talk to people that maybe I don't want to talk to. I think that's what it comes down to. Sometimes you get stuck in conversations like with people where you're out and you're like, fuck. One of the things I used to do, and my girlfriend laughs about it all the time, I would stick my girlfriend on them and I would be like, I got to go to the restroom real quick. Then now my girlfriend's in the conversation and then I could go do what I want. But the feeling. Sometimes you're talking to people and people want to talk on and on and on and on about the problems they're having at work or some shit. And, if I'm out, I want to have fun. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, and it's not about being arrogant or anything. It's just like I don't know. I sometimes I just want to do my own thing, and I don't want to be stuck in conversations I don't want to be stuck in. But I'll be completely honest. I think that like when I was when I had the club and I was up there a lot. I think it was bad for my relationship, and my relationship with my girlfriend is one of the most important things in the world to me. Because I mean, you just have to imagine it from her standpoint, and she was always cool. She never said anything. She said a few things that maybe I clued in on, but like being out till like 4 in the morning at your place of work with a bunch of not only females, but these are bottle service girls. And so if you guys know bottle service girls, you know the type. This is not, it's probably not, healthy for the relationship because, well, I don't know. It would be like your girlfriend being out at her work till 4 a.m. with a bunch of fucking Marines or jacked firefighters, whatever the thing is. You can be secure all you want, but it's probably not desirable anyway. So that was another thing, right? Like being out super late, partying. It's not like I ever did anything, but I mean, you can imagine, being a girlfriend and having a boyfriend in the industry like that. It's probably a little tough. I would probably have a hard time with it, and I'm very, very chill about everything. And we have a really great relationship. We trust each other and all that stuff, but still, kind of comes with the territory of being in a relationship like that. That you should independently know what the boundaries should be, I guess. And so when you start to get close to that boundary, it kind of makes you want to step back a little bit. Good comparison. Yeah, the firefighters and the Marines. Yeah. W. Yeah, thanks, Monster. I know you feel the same way about your relationship. It's really tough. One of my best buddies is going through a breakup right now. They were engaged, and it's really tough because they're our good friends. And I'll ask you guys this, like, how you guys would feel about this. So they split for a few months. They split up for a few months. They have kids together, and they split up. And during that time, she went out. She was on a dating app, and she was meeting people. When they got back together, everything seemed to be fine. They got engaged after they split up, and that split up I think was in January. Anyway, they got back together. They've been together since, but she was talking to somebody that she met on that dating app. They never met. Well, I take that back. They met up once while they were broken up, but she kept in contact with that guy after she met up with him and after her and my buddy got back together. And this isn't what necessarily broke up their relationship. I think it was an incompatibility thing, but she thinks it's not a big deal because she's like, I would never date him. Like, but my theory is that she was using that guy to vent because she's not a part of our social circle. And she was using him because he doesn't have contact with any of us, and she could probably vent about her relationship to that guy. But in her opinion is it's not that big of a deal. We didn't meet up. I wasn't cheating on him, but I'm kind of like, fuck that. If my girlfriend was doing that shit, like, I like that's inappropriate. You met some guy on a fucking dating app and you're gonna keep in contact with that guy while we're trying to make this shit work. To me, that's fucking shady. So I don't know. To me, it sounds like a piece of her already left him forever. Yeah, which will feel incomplete when they're back together, which has a low chance of it working. Total red flag. Unless he's gay, she needs a therapist, not some guy that would. Yeah, exactly, man. So I think it's probably over forever, unfortunately, which is really fucking sad because they have two kids together. And like when they split up the first time, they were living in different places, and It was tough on the kids, dude. It's really tough on the kids, and I'm sure you guys know the statistics, but uh, divorce, and it happens. It's part of fucking life, but it makes it a lot tougher for the kids when the parents get divorced like that. Especially at a young age. Never trust the gay guys talking to girls. Most of the times they're not actually gay and just trying to get close. I could see that, man. I could see that. Yeah, I know. Once any sort of trust is broken, it's over. Yep. I don't know. I feel really bad for everybody involved, to be honest. It also sucks for us, selfishly, because that was a good, you know, some of our best friends that are couples. And if you guys have girlfriends, it's tough to find those couples where everybody gets along, everybody loves each other. They're our pickleball couple. We play pickleball with them. I mean, we do a shit ton with them. Like I would consider them our best friends, um, our best like couple friends. And so them going through this split up is going to be difficult. Plus now he's got to split his expenses and help her pay for an apartment and all that shit. It's terrible. He was actually a buddy of mine that we traded together before, and he now works for another friend of mine who's very wealthy that puts restaurants in airports. So he's got airport relationships, and that business is like it's a money printer. And I'll tell you what, man, because one of the most difficult decisions you have to make for a brick and mortar business is where's the location, because it needs to have, you need to have foot traffic. It can't, it's got to be in a hot spot for restaurants and bars and things like that. But at an airport, you don't need any marketing whatsoever. You just have foot traffic, people that walk by. You don't need to put out any ads or anything. It's like if you go to the airport, you're going to see this restaurant. So this guy makes money hand over fist by. And I've thought about referring him some business since I've been in the industry, and I, could do that. But since my buddy works for him, I haven't wanted to step on his toes. But anyway, he puts restaurants in the airport, and let's say that I'm an owner of a local restaurant here, and it does well. Essentially, what my friend is looking for brands that are like recognizable here, but they're local. They're not like nationwide chain restaurants or anything. It's like a local restaurant that makes good food, that's recognizable at the airport, and then he will essentially create a franchise out of it. The owner has to like consult at the beginning to create the menu, but does not have to manage it. My buddy will hire a management group to manage it, and then just sends the restaurateur a check every month for his cut. So the restaurants that I know that are involved in it have their regular main restaurant, and then they have their restaurant at the airport, and they'll just get a check every month for like 10 to 20K without doing anything. They don't have to check on staff. They don't have to do payroll. They don't have to do shit. Just for their name, they're getting 10 to 20K a month for their restaurant being in the airport. That's a fucking that's a business. And again, you don't have to worry so much about is this business going to fail, because almost every restaurant at the airport, if it's in the right location at the airport, a high traffic like terminal, it's going to print money as long as the food's good, right? So anyway, my buddy that's what my buddy's helping him do right now, and it's a great business. Considering taking along here for the grind and just holding it until we squeeze. I think I'll wait. Maybe a little more confirmation that this isn't going to drop first. That's the only thing I'm looking at, though. What about you guys out there that have full-time jobs? I'm curious. What do you guys do for your jobs? I know there are people on here that have jobs and trade at the same time. I'm just curious. what kind of jobs you're making work with trading. On God, put the restaurants on terminals. They're rich people. Usually take flights to specific rich people countries and bump up the prices, increase your margins, and it's profitable. And look, everything look fancy. The rich won't give a shit. This is true. Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm sure he would appreciate that. You know, him doing well. I'm chatting with him every day. He's uh he's in Miami right now for work stuff. He's not like a sleaze bag or anything, but I could imagine he'll probably be partying or something out there, being a single dude now. Monster, I think that's a good thing, a good thing and a bad thing, and I'll tell you why I think it's a bad thing. Good thing mainly because you love your girlfriend and that's amazing, as you should. Only bad thing is now your happiness is dependent on somebody else. That's all I would say. And I'll also say this, just having a lot of experience with relationships. If you're happy, like you want to be the source of happiness for yourself because that helps you be the source of happiness for other people as well. Goes both ways. Yeah. You know what I mean though? Like if you like you want to be you want your happiness to like radiate from you because that's infectious, and you want to be the provider of, not just, financially, but you want to be the provider of like all the good shit, in your relationship. Not that other people can't do that to you, but you should independently be able to provide that for yourself, and that in itself is like it's a powerful magnetic characteristic that will make you successful in relationships and make you successful in business. And so, anyway, I love the perspective, but feeling like you'd be miserable without her, I don't know. And maybe it's just the way you're communicating it. I would just have shift that mindset a little bit to you're so grateful to have her, and that I don't know, your happiness is enhanced with her in your life. All right, we're getting a drop here. I'm thinking about a long here soon. I'm starting a small one here, but I think that we probably have some more downside, and I'll add as we go down. The fact that my girlfriend is such a big part of my life, and I'm actually miserable without her longer than 8 hours. Damn, dude. Ah, well, everybody's different, so I'm not going to tell you how to be. Getting more expansion on NQ. Copy. Let's check it out. Oh yeah, I think it's going to squeeze, bro. That's what I think. Maybe 29,800. I don't know, obviously, but that would be my thought. This looks like it's coming down. This might be the proper entry right here. I might stop out of this and wait. I'm thinking this could drop quickly another like 100, 200 points potentially. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm kind of anticipating that this could stop me out quickly. So I'm going to do minimal risk here, stop out right here. If it drops, then I'll wait for a lower entry here. I'm in very small, so no big deal. But I'm kind of looking at this anchored VWAP down here as a potential entry right here. Or kind of in between these two. Yo, what's up, Noctis? How we doing? I'm doing good. Yeah, I got some juice today. I did. Hoping to get some more. I'm in very small, so this would be a drop of juice if this position goes like this. But I'm planning on adding if we get some more desirable price action. Oh, nice, man. You're looking at the footprint? Yeah, let's check it out, dude. Yeah, it looks like we had a little bit of support down there around 80,200. I wouldn't say it's huge support. I'm actually looking at the lighter footprint, though, so it could be skewed, and we might have way more on Binance. Yeah, so if my plan is if it drops and stops me out, no big deal, right? I've got $3 on this trade, but then I'll be looking for a re-entry here. Here or somewhere in here. Yeah, so I'm kind of prepared with my plan B. Plan B, if this gets stopped out, I'll take this. I'll probably just go in with larger size down here. If this starts working out and we start grinding up, I'll wait for like the next pullback and I'll add to my position there. Now, I think what I want to see here is do we start respecting structure? I'm not seeing it just yet, but I want to see like do we start getting held up with passive buying? Kind of surprised there that NQ didn't squeeze, so might be going for a pullback now. Let's see. I kind of expected that the previous 5 minute candle to squeeze up on NQ. All right, I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna switch out this music too. I'm gonna do the new. I play this guy all the time, Escoda, but I'm gonna. He has a new playlist. I don't think you've heard Juno. Today, the market is really respecting price action. Yeah, today's hasn't been bad. This has been a little bit nasty of a consolidation area in here, but I think my overall thesis is kind of intact still. So I just am going to hate it if this actually starts moving and it moves with my super small size here. So just to let you guys know what I was expecting, not expecting a quick run up here and then a squeeze, expecting still that slow grind. So if we start moving pretty quickly, I'm still looking for a pullback to add to my position. So I'm not in for peanuts. Ethereum 15-minute looks crazy. Let me check that shit out. Yeah, I'll be looking for the same thing on Ethereum. I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of it's looking a little round at the top. I think I would still be looking for the same thing, a big squeeze. Really hoping this doesn't just start running from here, but we'll see. I should have just sized up on this from that entry, but it's okay. No regrets. I was just anticipating that we could break a little lower and I could get a better entry, but that's okay. I'll take what I can get. Yeah, Fed speaking tomorrow. Well, I think there's a talk today, right? No, tomorrow is the Jackson Hole Symposium, where I think that's really what's gonna start sending price with some volatility is tomorrow. Jackson Hole Symposium. The one thing that I have this thesis, and whether it happens this afternoon or happens tonight, whatever whatever it does, I'm going to try and be in it. But the one kind of warning I would have for anybody looking at this price action, thinking you might want to try and chase this up here, is that just remind yourself of this kind of consolidation that we had yesterday before we broke out. Very, very squirrely. And prior day, we had that happen as well. Maybe it wasn't this day, it was the day before. Yeah, up in here. So this consolidated for like 5 hours. So even though it looks kind of directional right now, I'm a little worried about that. This looks a lot better than it did. So I'm just trying to warn people that we could be still consolidating, even though this looks directional. But you guys got to do you. And I'll be taking off in the rocket ship with 0.05 Bitcoin. So I'm, I put a couple Skittles on the line. If I get a pullback, I'm going to add. I got a Chili's triple dipper out of this, which is fire, by the way, if you guys haven't had it. Copy that, Maddie. I could definitely see that. Really, really hoping we're not going to just grind up from here and squeeze, because that would not offer me an opportunity to add anything to my position. Ooh. Also, I want you guys to take notice of the way price is moving right now. And I do this on NQ too. I try and observe what happens after this. But notice that this is way different from anything that was in here. It's very different. It's algorithmic, right? So we got some big players with algorithms running the market right now on Bitcoin. You can see we're straight grind up. So I think it's important to point out in the market when you see very particular price action to understand what happens after this, potentially what happens before that, so that you can take advantage of moves like this, right? And I'll tell you, under different circumstances, what I've noticed will happen when this kind of grindy price action will happen is it'll grind up and then it'll squeeze. I've seen it happen though, where it will squeeze prior to where I'm thinking it's going to squeeze. Like I've seen it grind up, squeeze, come back down, and then push back up, and then do the real one. I've seen that happen multiple times. Not enough to be able to claim a win rate or something like that on it. But for the time being, I would just say pay attention to this kind of stuff because this is very recognizable, right? When we're moving up on a very, very strict trend line, very green, very bullish. You want to take note so that when you see it again, you can have an idea of what's going to happen. Doesn't always mean the same algos are going to be running the market, the next time you see it. But just start paying attention so you have like a pool of potential outcomes. Did anyone told you that you look like Han from Fast and the Furious? Yes, funny story about that. I was eating at a sushi restaurant one time, and the girls at the front desk thought I was Han from Fast and the Furious, and I signed a napkin for them. Honestly, that should be the name of my stream. I should just say Han from Fast and the Furious trades Bitcoin. Live trading Bitcoin. Yeah, I should buy a sports car. Um, I like when when I look at like vehicles that like I might want to purchase. One of the ones I really like, and it's because it's not crazy expensive, but I really like the body style. Here, let me show you guys a picture. Like my classic car is a Boss Mustang, like 1968. So that's my classic car that I would love to have. But my like kind of sporty vehicle that I would like to have is a Jaguar F Type. Let me show you a picture. Like I really love the rear end. So here's the rear end. They sound amazing too. I'll show you the front end. Here we go. There's a full picture of it. But they're not like crazy. They're not crazy expensive. They're not like supercar expensive. Like I could get one for a reasonable amount, and that would be it. Tokyo scalps. Yeah, fuck yeah, Maddie. Honestly, that would be hilarious. So yeah, I would like to have one of those Jaguars. My personal take on spending money on cars is it's pretty much a waste of money. I think that have something functional and like if you get to the point where you have money that you can spend, yeah, treat yourself and get something you really love. But there are a ton of different things I could spend money on to get like I would rather invest my money for the most part into things that make money. That's just kind of the way I feel. All right, what the fuck was this? We did not squeeze. We're pulling back. Um, I don't know. I'm gonna watch this. This was strange that we did not start squeezing to me. For me, a car's never a waste of money. Yeah, man. Some people are really into cars. I'm not one of those people. I would love to like if I have a car that I want to get, I would love to like treat myself. But I have a hard time. I have a hard time like dropping that kind of money on stuff because it's an ongoing expense. It's going to continue to cost you money, and I don't know. It would be kind of like a yeah, I got this. That's dope. But other than that, it's not doing much for me. But I totally get it. I have tons of friends that are really into cars and have supercars and stuff like that. But to be honest, I'm not at the point where I can just drop a bunch of money on a car and feel good about it. I would love to be at the point where I can feel good about it. Get a Chinese car. I don't even know of a Chinese car. What's a Chinese car brand? I'm watching this price action right here. This to me was unexpected. This whole drive up was unexpected. I thought we were going to slow grind up and then squeeze. So we came up here quickly. Looks algo based. Swept this high. Now I'm kind of expecting a pullback, maybe a deeper pullback. But I don't know. If we start gaining momentum and look squeezy, I might just have to add at the top. Yeah, for sure, Noctis. But hey, I don't want to take away your joy from cars. You like, what's your dream car? Mitsubishi, maybe the best Asian car. Okay. Hello, how are you doing? Last time I was wrong about BTC 79 500. It went down to 77 600 before coming back up. Copy that. NS1. Well, we can't be perfect all the time in trading. That's part of the game. But doing well, man. Doing well. How are you? If this starts looking twitchy, I might add and get in for heavier size to see if I can catch that squeeze. Alfa Romeo. Let me look that up. I'm not familiar with that. Alfa Romeo. Oh, that's nice, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Get it. It's got to be Italian, huh? AMG GT63. Let me check it out. Copy that. Yeah, that's hot, dude. Now punish breakout longers. Yeah, that might be the case. Let's see. Yeah, they are. I have to agree with the R8. Check Discord. Okay, so these Chinese cars. Cool. Monsters was checking out some Chinese cars here. Let me look one up. Never heard of any of these. BYD seal. Okay, the BYD seal looks like a Tesla clone. Xpeng P7. Okay, are all these? I think most of these are electric vehicles. BMW M2, cool. Yeah, that's a reasonable one to go after. Master Yoda did sell 3 105 strike win calls. Let me check out when. And how you doing today, Yoda? Looks pretty good to me, Master Yoda. But I don't know. I don't know what kind of looks like Win has been on kind of a steady downturn here for a minute. I don't know what's going on with them. What's up, Straw Balls? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate that and welcome. Hope you're having a good trading day. What is a real estate hospitality play? They went down because they were building a property near Iran. No shit. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I know the Win in Las Vegas, but I'm not. I don't follow them. But that's interesting. They built a property near Iran. I wonder why. They wanted to give big oil investors a view of the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah. Shruball Zeker 8X. Is that a what is that? What is Zeker? Is that a coin or something? Oh, that's a car. My bad. Okay, Zeker. Let me check that out. I've never heard of Zeker either. That's an electric car. Cool. Those look sick, dude. I wish we had more electric SUVs. I do like the Rivians. Damn, look at that Zeekr 9X, man. That thing is a boss. I'm not seeing the 8X on their website, but this 9X, oh man, that thing looks sick. Oh, it's not out yet. Okay. Oh, look at that shit. Huh. I guess you gotta be into this grill. I mean, it looks pretty sick to me. Nice interior. Fucking A. Look at that. Yeah, I know. The and I don't like I haven't even heard like I haven't done any research on Rivian. I'm just basing it off of like what I've seen. And the what is it? The Rivian R2 I think looks pretty cool, but I don't know anything about the quality of them. Okay, copy that, Noctis. Thanks for tuning in, brother. Hope you have a good one, man. Hopefully, I'm going to be able to add to this so I don't just profit, a Chili's triple dipper, but we'll see. Maddie, I've messed with the options very little. I'll tell you, I had uh, I had some call options on GameStop when it was at $8, but they expired, and then it went up to $420. So I did the math, and for what I got, or the options I got, I would have made. I I think I would have turned like $1,000 into like $850,000 or something like that. I used to know the math, but they expired about a week too early. But yeah, I haven't messed with options too much. I know people make mad money with options, and I think you can get into some really technical strategies with hedging on your like futures positions with options. But I haven't gone into options too much. Okay, copy that, monster. Let me check it out. Okay, yeah, nice. Dude, Monster, you're all into the Chinese technology. I totally get it. It's definitely cheaper. Toyota Highlander versus the GAC GS8. Yeah, about 17K cheaper with better technology in it. Just checking out the footprint. I want to know what's going on up here. You can see we got a battle going on between buyers and sellers. To you know, to me, we were kind of like moving up very algorithmically. Now we got this battle zone happening out of here. My expectation was that we were going to fall before squeezing. I don't know. I'm kind of watching for that. Looks like we had quite a bit of absorption up here, meaning that we had passive sellers absorbing this aggressive buying that was going on. Because this really should have been a squeeze, but we got held right here. So I don't know what to expect from that except for a drop. Now that we're dropping, I'm looking for anywhere in here that I can get in bigger. Though have changed a little bit now. Now that we've hit this price and we're falling from it, it's not the same as if we were hitting it as like a virgin level where we would squeeze through it. Now there's a little bit less conviction that I have that we're going to squeeze. I still think it's going to happen, but it might, like, the probability of it happening has gone down slightly. Okay. That's looking like a potential sweep. And now let's see if we start gaining momentum. If we start gaining momentum quickly, I'll try and add to my position. If we don't, we keep dropping. I'm waiting until one of these levels gets hit. I don't want to just look structurally. I want to look at the volume as well. So I'm going to put okay, point of control, meaning the highest amount of volume that's transacted in this consolidation is right here as well. This might be a good area to target for a potential entry. 80,477. My chart's starting to get a little messy. I'm going to take some of this shit off. This would also be a valid entry down here. This could be a valid entry, or up in here where I took my previous entry could be a valid long entry. We just got to watch momentum, watch the order flow, and see if we can catch when there's support. I'm going to delete some of this shit. You guys know what my plan is. $81,940 is the top for you. Copy that. Straw balls. You'll have to let me know what you're seeing there. I mean, I know that if we look left, we definitely have some structure. We had a rejection over here. And are you just anticipating we're going for a pullback and then we're going to continue going short? That seems like a totally reasonable thesis as well. So you think we're going to come up here to 940, hit resistance, and then revert back to lows, back to these lows? Is that what your thought is? Could it be cheaper for it to be easier, depending on how to tax everything? China, I just better... Copy that. You're looking back at May. Let's go on the daily. 81,940. Okay, my bad. I was looking at 800, 940. You're looking at 81,940. Okay. Yep, I can see that. I'll go ahead and mark that out and let's see. Damn it. Does it make me scroll up? I got it at 945. All right. Straw balls. I'm gonna put your name on this. What's the significance of the name? Straw balls. Exited in queue above its resistance. Let me check it out. Did it squeeze at all or nah, man? Kind of rounded out. That sucks. Maybe it's coming back for a pullback. I don't know. Maybe I gotta get that squeeze out of my mind. I really thought it was gonna have a nice explosion up there. It's very controlled. This is very controlled too. Might have something going on, you know. Hour and 20 minutes that Grand Theft Auto thing comes on Netflix. Got something going. Yeah. So I'm talking about particular. I think it's going to be a long presentation type deal, not just a trailer. I could be wrong though. That was my assumption. What do I think of taxing billionaires? I mean, if normal people are taxed, I think billionaires should be taxed too. I don't think billionaires should be tax exempt. But like, do I think they should be like taxed more than they are now? I don't think so. I mean, imagine if you're a billionaire and your taxes are like 60%. That's bullshit. 26 minutes, particular. Oh, I thought it was happening at. I thought it was happening at like 3 p.m. Eastern time. Am I wrong about that? All right, once again, we got our point of control right here at this line. So I'm thinking about potentially adding right here at the point of control. My hope is we don't just melt through it. If we melt through it, this trade is potentially invalidated, but I would probably give it another add down here. Watching for a bounce on this high volume node / point of control. Maddie, I'm with you, bro. I've heard some crazy shit about the in-game economy they're going to have in Grand Theft Auto. I went ahead and added just a little bit there. I'm going to add one more time. It didn't bounce immediately, so looking like I have more opportunity to add down here. But again, like if we break through this level here, it's going to be a little bit of a red flag, at least for this trade working out quickly. If we break down from this area, these levels might get hit down here, and this is where the real position might be taken. I'm adding here. But again, I'm a little bit suspicious because of this grind up and then getting stalled here and then coming down. I'm a little bit suspicious of what were these algos doing, you know, climbing up to this high where it was about to squeeze and then fucking reversing. But I'm adding in here, you know. This is my plan. It's looking a little weak in here. I'm going to take a look at order flow and see if I have any signs here. I'm not seeing a lot of support. Didn't see a lot of selling either, though. Hard selling might be still to come. I'm feeling like this could slam down. Take out all of this and come back down here. One of these lower targets might be the deal. I might stop out of this. It's looking a little weak right here. Maybe one more try here. I'll go low of this candle for my stop. I don't want to risk like a ton here if I think it's going to drop to one of these levels. If this area holds, okay, great. But if it doesn't, I got to wait for one of these areas to get hit. There's previous support right where we are right now. Previous support at 80,467. It's a previous hour point of control here where we had a lot of passive buyers. But getting under this level right here is not going to be good for this trade. At least the one I'm in, where I'm in. Under here, this would be my next ad, or down here would be where I would want to take it long from if we fail here. Still looking a little weak here. Like we didn't bounce immediately. A little bit of support around 80,445. I wouldn't say super significant. Let me show you what I'm. Oh, you guys can see it, huh? Sorry, you guys have been looking at this the whole time. I don't like that wick that just happened. If we don't close above this wick, I'm feeling like this is going to drop more. If this next candle can expand up and close above that wick, okay, great. Otherwise, I'm feeling like we could be coming back down to one of these areas. Not looking like a V-shaped reversal yet. Need to see this go up quickly. I hope I can trade perps on Hyperliquid in GTA 6. Yeah, man. I'm going to be interested to see what they explain about the in-game economy. Looking weak again. We keep butting up against this previous point of control around 80,455. Actually, we're under it now. I'll be honest, guys. Like, I think that if this is going to work, I can trail it to here. And if it slams down, it'll take me out, and that's okay. But I think if it's going to work, this low will hold. And if it's not going to work, obviously, I think we could take this out and continue going down. I'm not trying to naysay this trade, but so far it's not doing what I would anticipate it doing if it was going to be bouncing from here. I want to see it above this wick right here. The fuck? What is going on? See how it's struggling right now? I think I could probably break even on this right now. So I'm going to do that. I'm breaking even on this, and if it slams down, it'll take me out break even. Then I'll try and get back in down here. If it continues to move and it closes above this wick, I'm feeling much better about it, and then I'll trail to the low of the current candle. But it's still very kind of up in the air to me right now because I'm not seeing aggressive buy volume come in yet. And that's really what I was looking for, is aggressive buy volume out of this. All right, there we go. Again, I think that if this is going to work out, this low right here is going to hold. So I'm going to go ahead and trail that. Still questionable to me. One of the things that makes it difficult to get a gauge on whether this trade is going to work out, like right now, it looks like it's not. To me, if I'm being honest, it looks like it's going to stop me out and continue going down. But one of the things that makes it difficult is that let me see real quick. Kind of a tense moment here. Got another sneaky ad right there. Whenever it's really close to my price, I will try and get a sneaky ad in because it's minimal risk. But I don't think this is going to work out. I think it's going to stop me out. One of the reasons it makes it difficult here to gauge this, we're moving slowly up. We did not expand up quickly like we did, like we should off of a real rejection. I'm watching this to see if this low holds and we start bouncing from there. To me, it's looking a little weak, but if this came and took out those highs, it would change my mind. So what I was saying is one of the things that's going to make it difficult is when it's moving slowly like this up into these areas where you might anticipate a reversal, not just pushing through it. Early signs of this entering this area was like it's getting rejected. It's looking weak to me. So most likely what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for one of these areas down here. I'm also thinking this could be tricky. It could be accumulating down here because I'm looking at some support here around 445. And I'm wondering if that's going to hold it up and then it's going to push back up and springboard up. Leaning more towards this breaking this area and coming down, but I think it's still possible it could bounce from here and shoot up. Taking one more stab at it. Yeah, it's kind of messing around too much for me now. I'm going to put my stop right here at the low of that candle that just was created. I don't like it. I'm going to stop it out of this, and then I'm going to stop getting fooled to take it in here, and I'm going to wait for one of these to get hit, which obviously comes at the risk of missing it if it does this tricky shit, and then it goes. I'm going to try and be patient here, and then just not get pissed off if it goes. That's it. That's all you can do, you know? I gave it 2 shots and tried to minimize my risk. And if it ends up going, then it is what it is. Taking a look at the footprint here, still that support there that I was seeing around 40,055 or 555. But you can see the price is very squirrely still. So I'm going to take this out. One thing that I am seeing right now that, I don't know, may lead to this recovering from this is grinding out of here. Yo, what's up, Real Spook? How we doing, brother? Are you trading today or just watching? Alive and kicking, dude. Alive and kicking. Yeah, what were you trading? Trading other coins, right? We got a little sneaky imbalance in here as well. these, this, uh, this long, or these areas down here would be stronger areas to take this. Also, all the way down here could be an option too. So, I didn't see super strong support. I saw some support, and price action was just choppy in here. So now I go to the next level, and once we get down here, I want to observe what happens. And then we go to the next level, and the next level, and the next level until we find a really good support. Ideal scenario is like we slam into one of these, and I can verify on the footprint that we have strong buyers sitting there waiting and holding price up, and then we get aggressive buyers out of it. That would be my signal to want to go in. I just saw my limit order at 80.60, got filled, but my other short, which I was holding, got wicked out like by a tick. Oh, damn, bro. Oh, shit, you're trying to go short at 80,600, huh? I'm still long biased and thinking we could squeeze up here, but I have to say this rejection right here was a little concerning to me for my thesis. All right, hit this level. Not seeing a ton of support, but a little bit of a reaction with aggression. Coming back down. I don't think this level's it. Maybe this level. But, Spook is looking for shorts here. This rejection, again, was a little bit of a red flag for me. But I still think we're going to break it. But like I said, less probability once we broke that high and came back down. Yeah, as I think I said yesterday, had limits at 77.2. Yeah, and 80.6. Okay, cool, man. So take that into consideration too. We got a seasoned Bitcoin trader going short on this for a longer term trade. A little bit of support here. Not looking crazy though. Trading's been good. Choppy in here, but I caught a couple of good moves, and then caught a couple of good moves last night. Can also entertain a third drive up. Yeah, that's kind of my thought there. Kind of classic crypto major setup where you get a three drive pattern, which I think you're familiar with. Yes. Again, a little bit of support here. I'm going to show my footprint so you guys can see. Just a little bit of support. Nothing is saying bullish yet. Everything's saying down, down, down. Looking like we're melting. Put my stop loss at 81.3. If I get wicked out on the short, it is what it is. Low key, I want to be short into Jackson Hole tomorrow. Copy that, dude. Copy that. I think that could make some sense, dude. If this just started melting, and going down for me, I mean, obviously, like, for me, I've been watching this consolidation thinking we're going to drift up and squeeze. This happened kind of quickly, so that threw me off. But I could see, a lot of trap buyers in here if we continue melting. A little more support here at 20,350. But you can see we're kind of grinding back into it. All this is looking bearish right now. And this structure going into this level is not leaving me with a ton of faith in this level just yet. So I'm going to have to verify what happens in here on the footprint before I feel good about blindly taking something in here. Let's take a look at the 15-minute. Bearish on the 15-minute. Everything's been going down for a minute, so it's probably going to be hard to find something that looks bullish if we've got kind of an intra-candle move to the downside happening. Hourly still looks bullish to me. 4 hours still looks bullish to me. This looks bearish to me. This is like a windshield wiper. Expansion down. Not a big pullback here. Continue to drip. So you got to be careful when we have that much intention in the market, because a lot of times when you have this kind of intention in the market, we're gonna get some sort of liquidation. I shouldn't say we're gonna get a liquidation, but a lot of times when you get this kind of intention, it's almost like a pipe leading to like the least path of resistance to liquidity a lot of times, and it can shake a lot of people out. But let's see, we're having something a little bit interesting happening here, a little bit of a bounce, but didn't see anything interesting happening on the footprint. Just a little bit more support at that level that I was talking about. 80,354. Gonna DM you on Discord. Are you active on Telegram? I'm not active on there, but I have Telegram. You got a Telegram group or something? Oh, nice, man. Okay, cool. I'm gonna check that out. Do I just click that? Oh, let me get this off the screen. My bad. I'm going to pull this off and then... I'm going to add all those, bro. I appreciate that, man. A little bit of funny business going on in here. Again, we're hitting this this right here. And you can see we got a little bit of support happening here. You see that 9 right there? But we're not accelerating out of here, so we've got a little bit of support. We don't have any aggression coming out of it. What we want to see is support and then aggression. Not seeing it. This was an interesting failure, I would say. Something I'm going to go back and study for sure. We got algorithmic price action coming up here, and then we kind of like flat top and then just fall from it. I think it's an interesting rejection. Hitting the value area high here soon, basically at the low of this candle here. So we might anticipate some support down here at the bottom of this zone that I have drawn out. Got to be open to everything, though. You know, my thesis was we were going to grind up and squeeze from here. But I don't want to stay glued to my thesis just because I had it. If we're getting evidence that that's not the case right now, it's not. It's certainly not invalidated because I was essentially at the beginning initially looking for these levels to this level, and this level to potentially take along. But if we continue to break down these levels, I think we're going to start gaining some momentum to the short side. All right, getting interesting now. No support here that I see. Unless we're exhausted down here. Not seeing a ton of aggression from the sellers down here yet. I think I'm gonna start building and with the anticipation that I could get stopped here with a low risk. Oh, Spook, that's based on my my mean reversion strategy. So we're coming down, looking like we're probably about to liquidate, and I want to wait to the bottom of this liquidation to add. I'm going to add here. Yeah, so it's based on the mean reversion signal I get. It's going to be less. Yeah, shorts are banging. I hope some of you guys grab that. Short. I'm sitting here like a chode waiting for this long. In the meantime, shorts are banging. Yeah, so I don't, like the bot doesn't typically trade during like the New York session. Well, for some of it, but like right now it's not scheduled to trade, but it'll still give signals. We just don't trade it. So the signal I'm giving, every once in a while for that mean reversion is not as high quality as the bot trading, but it's still profitable. So I like using it sometimes for context. Yep, for sure. All right. Let's see what we can get here, you know? Yeah, let's see what we got. I got these anchored VWAPs down here that I was watching, and let's see if this long is going to remain intact. Watching the footprint. Got some passive sellers here at 160. Let's hope, Maddie. Let's see what's up. What I'm looking for now is I'm looking for structure to be respected. That this candle was kind of the candle I wanted to see holding above this VWAP right here. It coming back down, making me feel like we might have some lower prices to come. Unfortunately for me, structure was not respected here. We got a passive seller at 80,160 as well. Not looking great, guys. Looking like sellers won this whole consolidation. This rejection up here looks like it might have invalidated my whole thesis here. This is still looking bearish. If I was not in this position, I wouldn't take it. Looks like this is going to potentially wick out way down here. Two additional areas I'm still watching, the 79 700 ish, and then way down here at 79 5. Let's call it 574. So potentially two other areas I might be interested in taking this long, but for the time being, this is not looking promising yet. Oh, nice, Maddie. I'm glad you're making some money on this. Coming back down for another wick. It'll stop me out, and then I'll reconsider one more try on it, I think. But like I said, I have to also consider that the long idea I had might be dead. We retraced right at about 50% of today's move. We're right at 50% right now. So let's see what happens. I'm going to watch. If I get stopped out, like I said, one more try on this long, most likely. It looks like this is kind of gearing up to like spring down. All right, let's see what happens down here. These two levels and this level, kind of the last resort for this long. No, Juno, I haven't. Have you? Passive seller up here at 79,800, holding us down, creating some of this pressure to the downside, I can see. All right, just tap that area that I've been watching, not seeing a ton happen on the tape here. All right, I'm in long. My stop is going to go below this level down here, 79,573. And I'll be honest, guys, I could probably, like, if this is going to work, I'm expecting this low to hold. I could probably put my stop below that low. Really, if this is going to work, I want to see this expand up quickly and start respecting structure. If this next candle opens and it drops, that's not what I want to see. I want to see the next candle open, drop, maybe small wick, and then expand up. If we don't get that hold at the low that's almost immediately created with that the next candle, it's not looking promising. So I want to see, I'll tell you exactly what I'm looking for when this next candle opens. If this next candle opens here, small wick, hold that wick, and then expand up. No wick is fine. Now I can probably trail here. Actually, probably the bottom of this candle. Now, again, I want to see structure respected. So when new candles come up and it creates a low and then pushes back up, I want to see that low respected and held. That's telling me that we got passive buyers supporting this move. I'm not convinced yet that this move is actually going to happen until we cross over this area and this area. So right now, I'm still thinking that we could slam down and take me out, and that's fine. It'll take me out in profit. But right now, this looks like it could still just be a pullback for shorts to load up and then slam down again. And that's why I am trailing the way I am. Okay, did you see that quick push down, small wick? I want to see that wick hold. Looking questionable. Looks like it might slam down on me. Also, Watching the footprint, not seeing anything super convincing on the footprint yet, which is leading me to believe I might get taken out here. But we're going way against this short-term trend, so that's why I'm keeping it tight. I would prefer to see this current candle wick to hold as well. A little bit of support down at 79,803, which is down here. So if we end up slamming back down here and hit 803 and stop, that could be a potential re-entry. But for now, structure is holding. I just don't trust anything until we're up here. Because I think it's a real possibility we head back up into here, potentially here, and then we slam back down. This candle could do it too here. Got some sellers coming back in. All right, there goes. Stopped out. Now I'm watching. Does this level hold at 79,804? I don't love that we didn't make it. We didn't make more progress before pulling back like that. I don't love that. So I'm going to sit here and wait for a second. Crossing back over up at 79,930 could be a potential re-entry as well. NQ's coming down right now, or? Yeah, it sure is. NQ's melting right now. Shit. Yeah, this is. I wanted to see this move a little faster. We're getting some respect for structure, not a lot. So I'm still iffy on whether or not this is going to reverse or not. I'm leaning more towards it's going to continue going down. You're perfect for a trade of the day TikTok page. What do you mean? Like I should make a TikTok channel and do trade of the day? Is that what you're talking about? NQ's melting right now. I'm chilling. This is a little bit uncalled for right here for longs. Looking like we could come back down, create a new low. I might be interested in taking a low right here. Again, I'm going against the grain though, so I don't want you guys to like. If you guys are feeling like this is going to dump and you're feeling short, I want you guys to take exactly what you want to take. I don't want my bias to change y'all's trading whatsoever. And I hope you guys that were short in this, hope you guys caught some nice profits, dude. This happened a lot faster than anything that happened in here. This is a nice impulsive move. Yeah. I hate being I want people to have their own directional bias and stuff. If what I'm saying makes sense, great. If not, you got to do your thing. Everybody's got to do their thing. Everybody sees something different in the market. This is a dope remix. Nice, Maddie. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Nice work coming back, dude. Juno, what do you mean positioning work for a BTC? Also, T-Drov, point to BTC, what would you consider equal to 1 MNQ? I don't know. Maybe 2 BTCs. Maybe 2 BTC is like 2 MNQ. I'm not sure. Rate and listen. Ice is back with a brand new invention. You guys are holding me tightly, pulling like daily and nightly. I don't know. BTC is just I just call it Bitcoin. You know, like I'm right now. Like my position just now was like 4/10 of a Bitcoin. Yeah, maybe 0.2 Bitcoin is like 1.5 or something. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, but I don't know if it's more of an equivalent of like it might be point 0.1. Like I'm looking at like point 0.1 Bitcoin closer to 1 MNQ. All right, let's look at the higher time frames now that we got a second where this is chilling. Four-hour, looking bullish after that, or looking bearish after that, huh? Probably hourly as well. This looks like it still could be a pullback. I don't think my thesis is changing yet. If we start digging in here, then yes. A little support happening in here. I'm gonna give it a little shot here. And I'm going to put my stop tight underneath this support. There's definitely a little battle happening in here. Sellers might take this. Yeah. I think I'm on the losing side here. I have to give up on this long soon. Again, I'm going to give it to down here for one more entry, and if we lose this level, I'm gonna give up on the longs. I'm gonna go get some water, and then hopefully when I come back, I'm gonna be ready for this long to start taking out these shorts. You guys get out of your shorts because here come the longs. Hopefully. I'll be right back. Got a little bit of aggression coming out on the buy side. Watching that low right there. See if that holds. That's right. Did you see the? I just played the 2026 summer one. Yeah, it is. I might be interested in taking a pullback. I could see this turning into the slow grind. How did I get? Oh yeah, I got taken out by my trail. If I had held my stop down here, I would still be in this position. I wasn't trying to. I wasn't trying to risk it after all that though. But if we get a sharp pullback, I'll take it. Going back to my thesis, it still could happen. Slow grind up and then squeeze. Again, I don't want to be married to that thesis. But this was part of what would be acceptable, a pullback into here, and then grinding back up and doing that. Ah, yeah, this could still be part of the slow grind up and then squeeze. And pulling back to this area was still part of what would be acceptable in that thesis. So I could see this still playing out. But again, I don't want to be married to it if we get evidence otherwise. Hint water is really good. It's a shit. All right. Looking at taking this. All right. Let's see if I can hold this for the rest of the day. That would be fantastic. What if all this was a bait to trap longs for a bigger push down? Trust me, I think about that, El Kubra. I definitely thought about that. Appreciate the perspective. I think it's valid, totally valid, totally valid. Again, I haven't forgotten about this right here. Look, this algorithmic push up, rejection, and then boom. 'Tricky part about this move that I'm anticipating could happen. Tricky part about it is that taking this long for a grindy move up is tough because after a move like this and then grindy price action up, a lot of times can be accumulation on the way up to slam back down. $79 480. Let me see what's down there. Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of areas we could come back to. I think my hope is that if, because I'm bullish My hope is that we're going to reclaim that 50% pretty quickly, or not, I shouldn't say pretty quickly, but we're going to reclaim that 50% instead of digging deeper, which I think could put us in a hole. And then if we get under here, I'm starting to feel like this is looking pretty dire. Like we're retracing quite a bit, like too much to support what my thought was for the day. And I could very well be just dead ass fucking wrong. So, but yeah, my hope is that we're not going to dig in that deep. This right here that we're consolidating at right now is 50% of the move for today. I'm hoping so. Let's see. You know, we haven't made a lot of progress, and again, my thought is that it was going to be a slow move back up here and then a squeeze. So unfortunately, it's going to be difficult to gauge whether I'm right because the way this was moving, at any moment, sellers could come back in and go boom, which would not be cool. That's why we have stops. So I'm going to let it ride. I would love to be able to hold this for the rest of the day until I get that move. And then once, like, if we get that squeeze up and then we get a rejection, I might completely shift gears to taking shorts. We might hit one of these levels here and completely slam down, in which case I would scrap my theory for today and say I'm wanting to take shorts. So I don't know. You guys know anything can happen in these markets, so you just got to be prepared. $78,500 would be cinema. That would be a horror cinema for me. No, I mean I got $30 on the line right now. You know, for my risk, no big deal. You know. You got 78487 as an hour 4 ladder point. 78487. Copy. Well, for my sake, I hope we don't hit that, but is what it is. If we get down there and you guys can make a good trade, I hope at least some of us can make some money. I've had a decent day today, so if I end up getting stopped out, I'm not going to cry about it. Still red on this 4-hour candle. Looks like we could be after a red candle like that. After we swept this intermediate high right here. 4-hour looks a little bearish. Coming back to like break even for me right here. I would say the way that this is acting right now is not. This is not violating what I was kind of anticipating. The slow grind up. I was anticipating whatever trade I got into, wherever it was, up here, down here, whatever, was going to be kind of a tough one to hold because it was going to retrace a lot. and grind up. So I'm still feeling good about this idea. But again, it's going to be tough because I think when I'm like, oh shit, I'm wrong, it's going to be when I'm stopped out after a violent move down. So is what it is. You know, like I'm holding it, and let's see what the fuck happens. You know, 76,800 looks good on a 4 hour. Oh, cool, bro, dude. Fucking A, dude. Come on, dog. You guys are like, 50,000 looks great. 50,000 looks sick. And I'm in here holding my trade while it fucking just slowly inches up, centimeters up. With zero volume. Yes, sir. I've noticed that as well. This might be I'm holding it all day, all night. Who knows? The shitty thing about these kinds of trades, right? Where I'm trying to catch this bottom. I'm trying to see if we grind up. Trying to see if we can squeeze through here. Shitty thing about that is like all of the progress that's made. Like let's say this takes like 2 hours of progress to make it up to like past this VWAP right here. Let's say it takes 2 hours. It could all be taken out in 1 minute, right? With a slam down like we did right here. Boom. So, is what it is. You know, I'm holding it, and that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. You guys feel free to fade this shit though. But if this works out though, if this ends up working out, somebody's got to clip this. Probably getting close to that Grand Theft Auto reveal, huh? Yeah, it's in 7 minutes, I think. So what happens if I try and stream that for you guys? Will they like stop my stream? I'm gonna ask Claude. What happens? Are you there? Oh. What happens if I try and stream the live Grand Theft Auto event on Netflix to Twitch? No, there's a like Grand Theft Auto 6 live reveal today on Netflix. What happens if I try and stream that on Twitch? Okay, well, let's say that let's say there's a movie on Netflix, and I show that Netflix movie on my stream, and I'm talking and trading at the same time. Okay, 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 okay. But what are the consequences? I want you to look for the specific examples of people maybe that have been caught streaming Netflix movies on their Twitch channel while talking over it. Copy that. Thank you. Okay, I'm seeing a Reddit thread that says Rockstar is allowing creators to live stream Netflix's GTA 6. Nearly crash out over the Netflix reveal computer. Content creators nearly crash out over the Netflix. We're hours away, blah, blah, blah. It might end up being a single best, blah, 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 blah. Once granted, I don't know. I'll try and put it on, you know? It's coming up. So let me see. I thought that like when you share Netflix like on a stream, it like blocks the content. But let me see. If I can do it, I will. You think I'll get banned? Like I just saw that a Rockstar was saying that you can share the as long as you're not just sharing the video and as long as it's like you're commenting on it or whatever. Yeah, let me see if it shows up. It might. I'm trying to see if I can get on because I'm on a VPN right now. Damn. Okay. Something went wrong. Netflix home. I wonder if I could watch another streamer doing it. What VPN? I'm on a NordVPN. Let's see. I'm gonna turn this music back on. See if I can figure. Well, actually, let me go to Twitch. Let's see if people are on Twitch. Other people are streaming it. All right, sorry guys, I'm trying to figure this out. I bet if I turn my, let me turn my VPN off real quick. All right, peace out, Juno. Have a good one, man. All right, I think I'm getting it, y'all. Oh, you guys can't see that. Damn, sorry, y'all. I'll just watch it. I'll just watch it later. No big deal. If you guys could see it, I would be down, but that's okay. Okay, well, let's just get back to it. I'll watch that later. No big deal. Money's more important than Grand Theft Auto. This trade is working out so far, but we're about halfway up to this high, and after this high is really where I think it's going to get interesting if it can get back up there. All right. If anybody else is in this long here, right here could be a good area to potentially pull some profit off. Take a look at the footprint. Nice support here. You see that 42 right there? This is illustrating that we had strong selling happening as we hit this VWAP right here, and we have passive buyers supporting this move. It doesn't mean we can't have stronger sellers push this down, but for the time being, it's looking like this is nice support for this bullish move. You can do it on Nord, Rosenfeld. There you can go into the settings and create a tunnel. Lots of absorption right here. So strong selling happening, but buyers are not letting it go down, at least for the time being. We're getting below where that support was, so it could start getting a little dicey under 80,200. The reason I thought this could be a good area to take some profit off is because I anchored the VWAP from this high that we fell down from, and a tap on VWAP and a continuation to the downside is definitely something you should be considering as a possibility. Also, that we've retraced about 50% of this move. So, could definitely take my own advice here and pull some off. Yeah, you're saying 600 BTC as a absorption on the top side or the bottom side? I'm going to switch my footprint to Binance here. Yeah, it's actually flip flopped on Binance. The wall. Yep, I see it. So we had passive sellers there at 80,200. I'm going to keep it on Binance here. It's going to be a lot more accurate, but it's unfortunately the prices are going to be different. That looks like a little wall. We could start going short. I'm going to close half at least. Appreciate that call out, Rosenfeld. Good, man. I think I've met a lot of nice crypto bros. Yeah, Rosenfeld, I really appreciate that because it was flipped on lighter, that footprint, but that wall is huge. I might close this. That wall is that big. I might close the whole thing. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'll tell you what. I'm going to trail under here. If we get below this anchored VWAP right here, I'll be out of the position. This could be a really big rejection, and I'll show you what Rosenfeld called out. This right here. That's a big passive seller sitting right here, holding price down. Now, if we get above this guy, I'm feeling very good about the long move, but for the time being, that's like Goliath, sitting there in front of the VWAP, the anchored VWAP. Yeah, Spook. I like I like all the crypto bros that have been in here. I feel like I haven't had a bunch of meme coin YOLOers in here trying to push pump and dump coins or something like that. I haven't had any of those, so probably yet to be experienced. All right, I got stopped out of this trade. That was a really great call out by Rosenfeld right there, because if I saw that myself, I probably would have just closed my trade right there, because that's a monster. So maybe this grind happens and maybe we squeeze later tonight. Maybe not, though. We might be that might have been kind of the line in the sand that sellers drew, and we won't pass that. That might be the case. I don't know, but I didn't have anything else on the table but trying to catch this and catch that squeeze. I think I'm probably going to shut it down, y'all. I mean, it's been a decent day for me. I hope you guys had a decent day. I know it was probably tricky trying to catch these like I was on the way down, and sorry if you guys caught some heat on this shit. That's one of the reasons I try to, unless I have a high level of conviction at a level, to keep my size low and then add as it makes sense. But anyway, I hope you guys had a good day otherwise. And I'm still going to keep my eye open for this grind up and then squeeze, because I know that we could very easily find ourselves at this high. And if we climb over this level right here, I'm going to probably be recommitted to having that conviction that we could squeeze up. But if we remain under this level right here, where we just got stuffed, I don't have a call. God, I do that so much. I do that so much. Yeah, right here. If we do not cross back over here, I'm going to lose faith in my thesis for today, which is grinding up and then squeezing. But if we can cross over this point, I'm going to reignite my enthusiasm for that trade, and we'll probably re-enter to try and take this slow grind up and then squeeze. Otherwise, I don't really have anything else on the table, at least for me. But yeah, hope you guys had a good day. Let me see who's in here. Say what's up. Say goodbye. Balticular, thanks for hanging in there, Compton. Oh, cool, bro, of course. I hope I can at least grab some profit before it dumps to 10,000 points for what you're targeting. Franciardi, Gian, glad you made it in today. Krupp, I didn't hear from you today. Hope your trading's going well today, brother. Pot, Spook, Rosenfeld, Sliced Bread. Thank you guys, appreciate you. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Watch out for that squeeze later tonight if it happens. That would be fantastic. I'll post it in Discord if I hit it. All right, peace out, guys. Enjoy your day.